Good morning, guys, and welcome out to Revolution. So we're going to look at Dan McClellan's latest video where he talks about the King James Version. Now, I know quite a lot about the King James. I've studied it quite a bit. I know when someone's talking rubbish about the King James. And so this video is called, I double-checked every claim Dan McClellan made about the King James Bible. So obviously, that's every claim in this video. Now, I have gone through a few of his older videos. Throughout time, he's just gone through and basically said that the King James is just rubbish. There's a whole bunch of mistranslations. It's based upon faulty manuscripts, all this type of stuff. Now, there's so many errors that he says here. It just basically shows you that he is completely illiterate on this topic. And what he does is he cherry picks information oftentimes from heretics, from compromised people. And sometimes too, he will even hold up a book and say, you know, look at this book, but that book itself would completely come against what Dan himself is saying. And so he just comes across as an expert. Basically, to me, Dan is the sort of guy who is just, he's sort of like a pole dancer for text criticism, if you know what I mean. He's just doing this for hits, for money. He's not really interested in accuracy. And so it's a bit like Bart Ehrman when you go through his material. Oftentimes he will know better, but he will just say outlandish things just to get hits, just to get clicks, just to sell books. And to me, this is just an intellectual prostitution. And so these guys, they obviously want to make money. They want to get famous. And so when it comes to the truth, usually the truth is pretty boring. It doesn't get a lot of hits, and people really aren't that fascinated by it. That they're interested in the sensational. They're interested in being vague, and having the next episode have something even more controversial, a scandal, this type of thing. But the truth is usually just pretty boring, and it just has the facts, the stats, and the figures, and you just have to deal with those things. And unfortunately too, what Dan does is he mixes lie with truth. And so obviously there's going to be things that he says that are true. Not everyone. It's like, even the Antichrist will probably have redeemable qualities. He won't just be, 100% pure evil. Like just kill kittens while he's sitting there eating, a half-live chicken or something like that. He's, even Hitler had redeemable qualities and built the Autobahn and, did some things that made people vote for him, And so what I'm saying is Dan is not always wrong on absolutely everything, but he uses truth to bring across error. And so this is a high level of deception. He is up there with Bart Ehrman with the type of deception that he has. And unfortunately, he's just doing this not to inform people, not to bring clarity. He just wants to throw dust in the air. The more dust he can throw in the air, the more people like his videos, the more people comment. And when you look how popular, say, a video like this is, with so many mistakes, he's already got 32,000 views. So I'm sure that he's got his merch, he's got his his things all happening here. And hey, who wouldn't be envious of that and jealous of that this guy's got a massive audience. But the problem is, it doesn't matter how many people follow him. He's got 253,000 subscribers. It doesn't matter how many people follow him. It matters whether someone's telling the truth or not. And so you can have a video that has 50 likes or 50 views, and it can be 100% the truth, or you can have, a billion likes and it's just wrong. And so as we go through this, I think you'll start to realize how uninformed Dan is, but probably more so informed, but he is suppressing truth, and he only gives you tiny little bits of truth just to sort of lead you on, like putting breadcrumbs into a trap. And so you gobble all that up, and then you end up with your head stuck in the fence trying to get out. And so I'm just basically coming along and seeing a 32,362 people have got their head stuck in the fence here. Dan has led them astray. And I'm like, well, okay, I'll try and get your head out of the fence, and we'll expose what he's saying. And so let's get into this. So what we're going to look at is, or maybe we should just play his video. We won't play it all the way through and then go through it. We'll just play it a little bit at a time. So this will be more like a reaction video. And so if you've watched my previous, I guess, 10 or 15 videos, I've been talking about the Comia Henium, doing quite a lot of new information, I guess, new concepts. I guess, you know, not a lot of it's new, but it's just sort of unknown. And so a lot of people don't really know that much about the comma, but they want to reject it. Wayne on Mills is in the house, and Bryson. Good to see you guys. Okay, so let's jump into this. Okay, so straight away, don't read the King James if you want to understand what the authors of the Bible had to say. And so what you got to understand is, Dan, he used to be a Mormon missionary, knocking on people's doors, telling people that Jesus and Satan are brothers, that the whole concept of the Mormon religion is just the weirdest, wackiest. It's way worse than Scientology. Okay, thank you very much. Couldn't hear that, so I'll just play this again.
If you would like to better understand what the authors of the Bible were trying to say, the King James Version is not.
Thanks for telling me you couldn't hear it. Sometimes I go for 30 minutes and it's like, oh, I've got the mute button. Now, the reason I clicked the mute button is because when I play my intro, if I don't click that, it echoes and it has this double thing going. So I mute it and then I forget. But so straight away, he's like, okay, don't read the King James. It's not going to give you what the original authors intended. But coming from a guy who used to be a Mormon missionary, I mean, imagine trying to defend Mormonism. You've got no archaeology backing it up. The Bible has so much evidence backing up that, you know, the Jews actually existed. Imagine him trying to prove, you know, around Utah, you know, all this weird and strange stuff that the Mormons teach. And, you know, the whole concept of, you know, women basically being eternally pregnant. It's basically like it's like someone's taken magic mushrooms and just trying to mash together Christianity and Freemasonry. Like a lot of their rituals are Freemason. It's just strange. And even a lot of people during that time were saying it's sort of like a third tier of Freemasonry. You had the Freemasons, the Scottish Freemasons, I think it is, and then you had the Mormons. You know, it's quite interesting. Okay, so Bryson said the video glitched out when played. Okay, well, let me just try that again. I want to get this right, so I don't want to make these type of mistakes all the way through.
If you would like to better understand what the authors of the Bible were trying to say, the King James Version is not for you.
Okay, so hopefully that worked. I really appreciate your input there. Helgi's in the house from Norway. Okay, so the King James isn't for you. Well, I would just say, no, the King James is for you. The King James is the most accurate Bible on the planet. And so the King James isn't just an English translation. It's actually a compilation of everything up until 1611. And so, thanks, Bryson. So what happened was the translators were commissioned to do an update of the King James, of the Bishop's Bible and Geneva Bible and earlier English Bibles. So they did the King James there, and they were to look at the original Hebrew, the original Greek, and they were to amend those additions according to where they saw there was error or just places where they weren't translated reliably, or sometimes the scholarship wasn't exactly up to scratch in some of these earlier editions. And so they assumed things, sometimes they made errors. And so what we see with the King James translators, they did a perfect job. And their methodology of translation it's a lot different to how translators do Bible work today. And so what usually happens today is people are using a completely different text. They're using different methodologies. And oftentimes these people are not Christians. They're not saved. And so obviously Dan's not saved. He's sort of like an atheist. He's a part Mormon. He's got all these weird ideas and concepts. So what Dan does in his videos, I find he projects onto the whole concept of, textual criticism, bibliology. He projects onto it his weird Mormon beliefs. Okay. So when he was a Mormon missionary, he would have been knocking on doors, telling people about this Mormon religion that has really no basis in facts at all, or just in reality. So it's like knocking on doors and telling people about Scientology. You may as well, you may as well be selling ice to Eskimos. You're trying to sell something that's just completely unsellable. And so what he's done, I guess, over the years, he's studied textual criticism. A lot of Mormons do study textual criticism. They come against the King James Bible. They side with the most liberal scholarship. And so Dan has studied all this, and then he's realized, hang on, Bart Ehrman can make money off this. Maybe I can. And so what he does is he projects onto the whole issue of the Bible his weird Mormon concepts that there is really nothing in bibliology, nothing in textual criticism that is real. It's all just sort of fake, and you can just, all you have to do is just look at something and just say, hey, it's fake, it's a lie, it's a load of rubbish. But it might be interesting, or it might be historically impacting to groups of people, but really he doesn't believe in the Bible at all. And so to him it's just a complete fable. Okay. Just like the Book of Mormon to me is just absolute 100% fable. Okay. So he's come out of that world and he's just projected onto the Bible the same type of void, meaningless, factless concepts. So he's just looking at the Bible, and also what he's doing is copying people like Bart Ehrman and just saying, well, the consensus says this. So a whole bunch of people, they get together and just believe something that's wrong, which happens quite a lot nowadays. And then they just say, well, the consensus of scholars says this, or not all scholars are agreed, sort of thing. And it's like, look, I couldn't really care what some atheist scholar says about something. Like half the time they don't know anything. like some of these guys are just so ridiculously illiterate when it comes to biblical issues that they should just be cast out as bad scholars. But oftentimes these people, when they're proven wrong, they just move to the next thing. That they don't go, well, I'm ashamed of that. That they know that they're wrong on many, many things, but they just go, well, consensus says this, and they just move on, to another scandalous topic, So anyway, let's let him continue to speak.
Hey, everybody, I'm Dan McClellan. I'm a scholar of the Bible and religion, and there are 3 reasons that the King James Version actually mitigates your ability to understand what the biblical authors were trying to say. And from a textual point of view, it is less reliable. It is based on later manuscript. There were a lot of that were altered or added.
Okay, so his first false premise that later manuscripts are unreliable and earlier manuscripts are reliable. Okay, so for some reason my StreamYard was actually glitching a little bit. Now, what I might quickly do, I might shut everything down that I have here. I've got so many things open. I probably should have done this before I jumped on. I'm just going to save. I've got about 100 notepads open. So just give me 2 minutes just to tidy myself up here. And there we go. Save that. Sometimes I do a whole bunch of research, save it onto a notepad, and it just sits there for years. And what can you do with it? So the whole concept of later manuscripts. Now I might just replay that. If that was glitching, it's not fun for anyone. So
Well, I'm a scholar.
it is glitching, isn't it? I can see it glitching on my end. How can I fix that? Maybe I've got him on high definition. I'll put the quality a little bit lower because we don't really have to have a very clear picture for this.
Hey, everybody, I'm Dan McClellan. I'm a scholar of the Bible and religion, and there are 3 reasons that the King James Version actually mitigates your ability to understand what the biblical authors were trying to say. 1, from a textual point of view, it is less reliable. It is based on later manuscripts, and there were a lot of things that were altered or added. And we have access to much more reliable and much earlier manuscripts now. And so contemporary translations of the Bible reconstruct a much more reliable source text.
Okay, so the concept of later manuscripts are unreliable and earlier manuscripts are reliable. So there's a lot of error involved with that. Who says that they're older manuscripts? When we look at Codex Vaticanus, Codex Sinaiticus, these are questioned. The dating of these manuscripts is questioned. These dates were made when we're looking at 150, 170 years ago. The age of Vaticanus and Sinaiticus was sort of set in concrete. Oh, they're from the 4th century. And they haven't been XRF or chemically tested. You can test these manuscripts, test their inks. You can see how old they actually are, but they haven't been tested. And so it's basically a guessing game. And we see that a lot of scholars have been duped by things like Archaic Mark. Archaic Mark was the Gospel of Mark in a 13th century Byzantine manuscript that the Alans thought was fantastic. And that was proven in 2013 to be a forgery. Okay, it was a modern day forgery. They found Prussian blue ink in it. And so they had to throw it out. And now it's just a fascinating thing of history that people at the highest level of textual criticism, people at the highest level of the academy can be sucked in by these fake manuscripts. And so is Vaticanus and Sinaiticus really as old as these scholars are saying? And so these guys just say these dates with absolute certainty. It's like they're that old and that's it, case closed sort of thing. And so we're going with the oldest and we're going with the best. Now let's just give them the benefit of the doubt and let's say, okay, they are old. Okay, let's just run with that, even though they haven't been dated, even though it's just guesswork at the moment. And even though things like the Museum of the Bible, they bought a bunch of Dead Sea Scrolls. In 2020, they tested them. They were all fakes. So people at the highest level are they're being sucked in by pseudo scholarship. They're being sucked in by forgeries. Okay, so it's quite amazing. Now let's give them the benefit of the doubt, and let's just say these are later manuscripts. Okay, let's just say they are dated to 350 and 360. Now, if they are from pretty much the same region as the Alexandrian area, the area of Alexandria, and just say they are that same age, they should agree with each other, shouldn't they? Well, one of them is like Danny DeVito, the other one's like Arnold Schwarzenegger. They're so different. They're not twins. They differ 3,000 times just in the Gospels alone, over 3,000 times. Now, when Hermann Hoskier did that tabulation, he usually had another 17 types of tabulation that he used, but he didn't use them on these because there were just so many mistakes. He just sort of did a cursory look. And if he used those other 17 types of tabulation, which are all very real differences between these manuscripts, it would have gone into the tens of thousands of differences. And so what we see, Vaticanus and Sinaiticus are 2 completely different creatures. It's like one is a bat and the other one is a cow, that they're just different. So why would you get such a massive difference in something that's from pretty much the same time and pretty much the same area? Like, why would these be classified as a family? Why would they be called the Alexandrian text and the oldest and best when they differ so much. And the thing is, what we see in the early church, there are people like Marcion who was creating his own text, and he was polluting the Bible. He was, adding, subtracting, doing all sorts of strange things with the Bible. And we know that Arians did this, Gnostics did this. There were groups of people, just like the Jehovah's Witnesses are doing that today, just like modern day text critics, Westcott and Hort and a whole bunch of others are doing the same today, even though they don't really want to admit that modern day Christianity doesn't want to admit that that's really happening, but this is exactly what's happening. And so people all the way through, since the Bible has been penned, have been attacking the Word of God and changing it and morphing it. And of course, if someone like Dan McClellan was living back in those days, he would probably change and morph it how it suited him and his, his comfort, his security, his money making, or his religion that he made up or whatever. And so there are lots of people throughout time who do this type of thing. So even just say we found Marcion's text tomorrow, that would be old, but it wouldn't be reliable. And there's hardly anyone who would say it's reliable. There's not many modern day Marcionites around. And so what we see is, instead of having two weirdo mutant manuscripts that don't agree with each other, we should really go with the rest. The rest, I mean, there's only a small handful of manuscripts that are sort of at the Alexandrian type manuscripts that Westcott and Hort use. The 99.99% of everything else is Byzantine, and that has normal variation in it. So normal variation would be, okay, we can see where a scribe has made an error and it entered into 100 other texts. We see where they spelt John 3 different ways. We see where there's things that have dropped out from parablepsis, similar endings, similar beginnings, this type of thing, homoioteiton, homoiarchton, this type of thing. But that's a normal thing that happens in all type of literature. But what we see is Vaticanus and Sinaiticus are weirdo manuscripts. They're like the mutant cow that has an extra leg sticking out of it. It's like, it's not really the one you want to breed. And the thing is, they weren't bred. They weren't copied. No one copied these. They just are standalone documents, and they differ from each other. And they weren't translated. They weren't used. The churches didn't use these. So the ones that the church did use is the Byzantine text. And the Textus Receptus is basically the Byzantine text tidied up. And so when I say tidied up, obviously there are principles of text criticism that you can use. People who know your Latin fluently, Greek fluently, Hebrew fluently, they can go through the Bible and they can look at manuscripts and they can see where there's errors. They can spot where there's problems, and they can work on the text. Now, oftentimes we see today there are people who, know basics of Greek grammar, and they might know a tiny little bit of Latin and a little bit of Hebrew. They can read the alphabet, and they are basically saying, the Bible's full of errors. And so the thing is, it takes a high level of scholarship to do proper textual criticism. It takes a certain level of fluency to do this. And what we see is people like Erasmus, Stephanus, Theodore Beza, the King James translators had that type of accuracy, had that type of fluency, where what we see in today's world is a lot of hype, a lot of anecdotes, a lot of error. And these people, probably the top of the academy today, they wouldn't even basically be a coffee boy for someone like Erasmus or Beza or anything like that. That they can't even understand the basics. Most of these guys can't understand the basics. Let me just give you an example. Like, these guys think that the name of God is Yahweh. Okay. Now, Yahweh is exactly how you pronounce Jupiter. And Jupiter's name is Yahweh Pitta in the ancient world. Now, these guys say it's the name of God in the Bible. Now, if you actually read Hebrew, it says Jehovah or Yahovah. That's how you pronounce it. And what they've done, they've created this Yahweh concept. Now, it's very interesting that Yahweh, Jupiter, was actually the idol that was put in the temple before Christ came. And what's interesting is now you have churches full of people saying Yahweh, Yahweh. when it's actually the name of Jupiter. They're actually chanting to Jupiter. Now, all you have to do is have a basic look throughout the Hebrew Bible. You see so many people's names like Jehoshaphat, Jehoiakim. They have Jeho at the beginning of their name, Jeho or Yahoo. It's so basic. It's like, that's the theophoric names. Now, these guys keep saying Yahweh. And even if you listen to these guys, they'll even say it like they've heard it from God himself. It's Yahweh, Yahweh, like this special in the middle of it. I worship Yahweh, and so even people like Dan McClellan, they've gone along with this stupidity. Michael Heiser, these guys who say that they know Hebrew, they know this stuff, that they basically claim that the name of Jehovah comes from like the 13th century Europe. It's so ridiculous. How did the name of Jehovah get into, say, Jehoshaphat's name, or even Jesus's name? Yehoshua. It's Jehovah, Yehoshua. Even the name Jah or Yah is a contraction. It's the Yod, which is modern day J in English, and then AH for the end of Jehovah. It's not Yah for Yahweh. But this is how silly these guys are. And so if you want to know more about that, I was just given a really cool book by Christian McShaffery, and this is Jehovah, Yahweh, and the Lord Jesus. Now, I'm yet to read this, and so this is by Francis Nigel Lee. Now, it seems like Nigel Lee has passed away in the last 10 years, born in Britain in 1934, but Christian McShaffery has reprinted this, and so I'm going to go through that. I'm going to read that, and I'll give you the point of view on that. But I've also written a book on Revelation 16:5 and gone through the whole Jehovah business. And basically, Gesenius, brilliant Hebrew scholar. Now, he said that Yahweh was the name of God, and it basically is Jupiter. Okay, so he popularized this whole concept, but then he thoroughly retracted it. And Tregelles, he translated his work from German into English, and he said, he's thoroughly retracted these claims of Yahweh, but they've just become popular to the point where Hillsong will sing a song about Yahweh, and so will Jesus Culture, and they're singing to Jupiter. It's just unbelievable. But Dan McClellan runs along with that as well. And so, if you can't get the name of God right, it's like calling Jesus like Satan or something. It's like, what would it be like? Like calling Jesus Elvis Presley. Like, what's the name of your God? Elvis? And it's like, no, sorry, that's wrong. Like Yahweh is just so wrong. It's just silly. But I'll just quickly go through some of these comments because I want to keep this interactive. Everyday Man of God Ministries is in the house. I haven't jumped into your fellowship for a few weeks now. I feel like I'm in sin. It's glitching again. Hopefully that stopped. Wayne on Wheels says Egypt is represented as a world of bondage and slavery. Jesus is not in Egypt because he was called out of it. Matthew 2:15, we are warned of seeking Egypt for false security. Yes, so I know that argument. I guess that there's a little alarm bell in my mind. I do have a tiny bit of pushback there because there are some good things can come out of Egypt. I understand in Scripture, it's usually Egypt is the land of sin, the land of slavery, all that sort of stuff. But I guess after Christ came, resurrected, I don't think that we are to use that type of model anymore, because you can get Christians in Egypt who are lovely people who love God, they're born again, and I think yes, I don't think that still applies in a sense. So I guess like, because Alexandrian texts are usually the bad ones, because really it's if they are old, it's just to do with the weather. Other places are humid, there's lots of moisture, rain, and so these manuscripts just get completely destroyed very quickly. But in a hot, dry climate, they can last for a long time. Now, if they are that old, that's the reason why they lasted. But some good things do come out of Egypt, and so we see that in North Africa, a lot of places that we would say are probably evil, these Islamic countries and all the rest of it. I mean, Carthage was a hub for Christianity. Athanasius came out of Egypt. He was a very strong Trinitarian supporter. He quoted the Comma Johanneum, very interesting guy. But anyway, that's my tiny bit of pushback. I just thought I'd share that with you. So Pam is in the house and says, "Oh my God, you are projecting everything you falsely accuse Dan of doing. You are actually doing. You are a fraud." Okay, well, I haven't really said that much. I've just gone, okay, the dating thing of later manuscripts and what he's saying is wrong. But when I'm talking about Dan projecting onto this, he doesn't know much. You should really listen to the whole thing and then go, okay, well, what you're saying is wrong, because I've got quite a lot to say about the King James Bible, about the Textus Receptus, about the Byzantine text, and what Dan says about it is completely wrong. And so I'm not projecting onto this issue. What am I projecting onto it? I'm just sharing truth. To me, what Dan is doing, because see, regardless of whether I'm for or against or whatever, what Dan has said is it's just completely wrong. And so that needs to be exposed. And so, yeah, I am not a fraud. I'm not projecting. Helg is in the house. Later manuscripts. Oh no, what shall we do? Good evening, all from KW, you and me, a KJV stream. James Sheffield says manuscripts survive from ancient times because they're not used as much as ones used for 1,000 years and had to have new copies made. That's a really good point. I mean, my Book of Mormon is sitting on the shelf. It's in pristine condition. When the Mormons gave it to me, it was very white, fresh pages, and it's still pretty much the same. And so, yeah, the ones that aren't being used aren't going to be thumbed to bits, And so the ones that are good would usually be, everyone wants to look at it and use it and copy from it. You and Me says, LSB put Yahweh in the Old Testament. I know it's disgusting. And James White wants that in because he says, Yahweh, like he's just choked on a bit of ice. Yahweh. He's gagging on that name because it's the name of Jupiter. I think maybe even the new as well. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I know the Jehovah's Witnesses, they try and put the name of Jehovah in there, but they don't even believe it's the name of Jehovah. When I talk to Jehovah's Witnesses, when I say, well, you guys think it's the name of Yahweh, and they go, yeah. So they're so confused. They call themselves Jehovah's Witnesses, but they believe the correct name is Yahweh. It's like, Elvis and Yahweh. Yeah, I couldn't think of another example at that time. The stream is not glitching for me. Yeah, it was a little bit. I noticed it myself. Stream is fine from here, Norway. Great bandwidth in Norway there. Infrastructure here in the US is falling apart. That includes the internet. Helg says, who is projecting, commenting on something before you've even started? It's like, you're wrong, you're a fraud, you're a fake. It's like, okay, cool. You're welcome anytime, brother. Yeah, Everyday Man of God Ministries. Yeah, I recommend people go to his channel, subscribe, and every Friday night, US time, at about 7 o'clock, I think it is, everyone's jumping on that channel. You and Me says, I have a Book of Mormon 2 in a box somewhere. Some Mormons gave me while trying to convert me. I think we've all got one of them. They just hand them out. I mean, no one's going to go and buy one. Have you ever seen one for sale in a bookshop? No one wants one. It's like the Book of Dianetics with Scientology. It's if you're going to go and buy that. Helg says, Dan looks shocked, like you've already refuted him. He's like, oh no. But the thing is, I think if you could sit Dan down and have a civil conversation and say all that I'm about to say, and I think he would agree with it. He would have to go, yeah, I think you've got a really good point there. And but then he would go and make another video about something just twice as dumb. And it's like, I've been going through and sort of exposing some of these guys, him, Cornthwaite, the guy from Myth Vision, Bart Ehrman, and it doesn't seem to matter Like you can show a whole bunch of stuff where they're wrong, and they're like a chameleon. They'll just morph into a different color and do another show, So they're not really that interested. They have a barrier to push. They're going to push it regardless. And
then from a linguistic point of view, the King James Version is why.
Okay, so firstly, we want to go through the early manuscript concept. Okay, so this is probably the most devastating lie in modern text criticism. So Dan McClellan assumes that Alexandrian text type, 4th century codices, Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, if they're that old, represent an earlier text when they're actually corrupted texts. Okay, now whether they're from the 4th century or not, it doesn't mean they're from the 1st century. Because the thing is, all you have to do is look at the writings of the early church fathers, they're usually called, and you can see Textus Receptus readings all the way through their writings. You can see the last 12 verses of Mark. Did you know, like say the last 12 verses of Mark, 12 complete verses are deleted. They are double bracketed in the Nestle Aland 28th edition, which means they shouldn't be there. But in modern Bibles, sometimes they are included, sometimes they are taken out, but usually there's a big kerfuffle if they are taken out. But people have footnotes saying they shouldn't be there. Now, obviously, you would think, wow, there must be so much evidence for this. The evidence really is Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. They don't have the last 12 verses of Mark in them. And what we see is 1,654 manuscripts do have the last 12 verses, which is everything else. Everything else has it. Okay. Now, there's a few little textual variants here and there and all the rest of it, which is natural in anything handwritten. Anything manuscript, manus just means handwritten. And so you would see natural textual variation, but not missing, not 12 verses completely gone. And the strange thing is Vaticanus and Sinaiticus have the room for that in there. They have the room. You could easily pen it in. I think it was James Snap Jr. actually sort of like penned it all in there, and it fit. So it's just so strange that people are going with these two manuscripts, which really Vaticanus was completely unknown until the time Erasmus looked at it in 1522 or 1521. Paulos Bombasius in the Vatican Library, he wrote to him and to say whether it had the Comma Johanneum in it. And then a few years later, Sepulveda, he took over from Bombasius as the curator of the Vatican Library, and he gave Erasmus 365 readings, I guess for each day of the year or something, of Vaticanus, where Erasmus was interested in what it had to say. But he rejected it, and he eventually said it's probably a back translation of a Latin document, and he said it's probably made at the Council of Florence, which was only like, I think it was like 150 years before or something like that. It was maybe 100 years before. So he was saying it was a recent document. So he's Erasmus, expert in manuscripts, looking at Vaticanus saying it's just trash, don't use it. And everyone throughout the Reformation period didn't use it. The Complutensian polyglot guys who had access to all the Pope's library, had access to all the Vatican manuscripts, they didn't use it. Like they didn't use it in the New Testament where it's important. Now Sinaiticus was completely unknown until 1844, and really, Simonides came out and said, actually, look, guys, I wrote it in 1839, and so there's been a huge scandal over that one as well. And pretty much like even text critics like Dean John William Burgon looked at it and just went, these are trash. That they don't have. They're not copied, they're not translated, they're just unknown. They're just trash documents. And even if they are that old, you would have to assume that the people who have made these are just heretical. They have strange, weird readings in it that never end up in your Bibles because they're so weird. Like Vaticanus has Jesus, instead of just dying on the cross, he dies because he got stabbed. You don't have that in your Bible, do you? Because if they put it in there, you go, hang on, that's weird. Imagine having a little Roman soldier's spear instead of a cross hanging around your neck. And people are like, what's that? And it's like, well, Jesus got stabbed. Don't you know that? The oldest and best manuscripts, these oldest and best have so many errors. They have geographical errors. Like they both have really such dumb geographical errors. Jesus is going up somewhere, but he's actually gone somewhere else. He ends up somewhere else. And so they actually have to borrow from the Byzantine text, which has correct geography, because the authors of Vaticanus and Sinaiticus didn't know the Middle Eastern region at all. The geography is just so woeful. And so you have Jesus going somewhere and he ends up passing through this town, which isn't even on the way. This type of thing, like silly, dumb, ridiculous errors in Vaticanus and Sinaiticus that anyone with half a brain can look at and go that these manuscripts are just simply corruptions of the Bible. But the thing is, what we've seen is there has been a huge attack against the Bible. So, of course, they're going to go, what's at the bottom of the barrel? What's the worst manuscripts that we can ever find? Let's just say that they're the best now. So that's what they've done. They've gone to the bottom of the barrel, scraped Vaticanus and Sinaiticus off the bottom of the barrel, put them up the top and said, these are the best. And they got Westcott and Hort to make, to basically smash these together like a big hash. And they got Unitarians involved who are heretics and don't believe in the Trinity. Like someone like George Van Smith, he's involved with this. And so then they create this never seen before brand new text. And all of a sudden, that's the Bible. So this is what Dan is talking about, this type of thing. But, he doesn't think that the Bible's true at all. He doesn't think that God is I don't even know if Dan thinks God's real. I haven't gone into that side of it. But, he seems to be just like an atheist, agnostic. He seems to be a Bart Ehrman type. And he just seems to mock the whole concept of Christianity. And so the reality is he's saying Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, two completely different manuscripts, are representations, the best representations of what was in the first century. But wouldn't it make more sense that what was spread in a wide geographical region is because you can't go and just change all them. You could change Vaticanus and Sinaiticus if you're only just in one place. But if the word of God is spread everywhere, it's harder to change. So what we see is things were translated very quickly into Latin because Latin was very popular. The book of Romans, they would have received from Paul, the Greek copy of Romans, they would have translated it into into Latin very early, probably around the 60 era. So a lot of Latin manuscripts were done, and a lot of these Latin manuscripts have Textus Receptus readings in it. Now, the Byzantine text is a representation of the Textus Receptus readings. We see the early church writers. A lot of these guys are quoting the verses that are deleted in these modern Bibles. They're quoting 1 John 5:7. They're quoting the last 12 verses of Mark. They're quoting the woman caught in adultery story. Like say the second century Latin capitula has the capitula there, the title headings has the woman caught in adultery story there in the second century. So this is way before, so-called Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. But Dan doesn't want to go with that information. He's just gone, well, there's a group out there who know better than everyone, and they're the scholars that we accept. They're the Faucis out there, and they know, and we've just got to go with them. And so the reality is the Textus Receptus represents the Byzantine text, and this text has been used by the church since day dot. It's represented in Latin. It's represented in Syriac. If you have someone like Tremellius, who did the Syriac Bible in 1569, very good friends with Theodore Beza. Theodore Beza actually said that the Syriac was very close to the original. And so you had scholars who did Bible translations into Syriac. In the Reformation period, if you did a Bible version, you had to know what you were doing. Not like today where you could just, be down at the local pinball parlor and just go, I might do a Bible version, and just, it actually works. Some of these Bible versions that are coming out are just slop. They're just trash. We see the one that he recommends at the end, the NASB, like the most recent one done by Jennifer Knust. Jennifer Knust is like a massive advocate for the LGBT community. She goes around telling people that the Bible's full of contradictions. She's like a Bart Ehrman, but in a dress or in pants. But she is not into Christianity. She sort of hates Christianity, but she's the principal editor of a Bible version that he's promoting. So of course he's just going to promote the trashiest, weirdest, strangest thing out there, the most liberal, the most heretical. That's where these guys land. And so the earlier manuscripts that Dan is praising, Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, basically these were popularized in the 19th century. Of course, Sinaiticus was discovered then, and really they were just rejected up until then. That people wanted to get rid of the Protestant text. The Catholics wanted to get rid of it. It was the paper pope that was coming against Roman Catholicism. So basically the Roman Catholic Church sort of had Vaticanus sort of veiled for quite a while. Then they released a bunch of stuff and people were like, this is the best all of a sudden. But it was rejected by history. So in other words, where was the critical text, say in the Reformation period? Where was it? In one manuscript in the Vatican that has a reading that Jesus died from getting stabbed. And another, that's just one weird reading, a whole bunch of other weird readings. And Sinaiticus, it was 1844 that came on the scene. But where was it everywhere? Where was this everywhere? It wasn't. Like no one even knew. It just didn't exist. So the critical text is an invention. It didn't exist. So that's why these guys, all they can really do is go back and look at Bibles that actually were real, that actually did exist and were actually used by Christians. Bibles like, obviously he's critiquing the King James, but they critique, all the editions of the Greek, Textus Receptus editions, and they go, oh, there's different editions of the Textus Receptus. It's like, yeah, but there's 0 editions of yours in the Reformation period. 0. None. At least we've got like different people going, oh, I think it should read this, or I think it should read that, because it's a real text used by real people, real churches, looking at this, real humans looking at this, not just something that's sitting dormant. And when scholars are looking at it, they're going, ugh, that's disgusting. They make that yuck way sound and nearly vomit. Where is their text? Their text just doesn't exist. And so it's just so strange. And this has become the best. So let's let Dan continue. So we sort of, that was point 1. He's talking about the age, the older the better, but we don't know if they're older. And they're definitely not better.
Viable source text. And then from a linguistic point of view, the King James Version is wildly out of date. Nobody speaks like that anymore. In fact, nobody spoke like that when the King James Version was published. It was criticized for already being out of date in 1611. And from a translation philosophy point of view, it is overly literal. So much.
Okay, so that's his third point. So is the King James old English? Yeah, it's 400 years old. Of course, anything 400 years old has words in it that can be hard to understand and are archaic, and you have to look them up in a dictionary. But the thing is, people, they look at the modern Bibles that have, so I'd say that the Greek text underlying the modern Bibles has 2,900 less words. So think about that, 2,900 less words. And on top of that, 8,000 word changes. So not only is it just taking out like 3,000 words, 8,000 changes. So that's just in the underlying Greek text, okay? But then things are retranslated when they're coming into English. And so oftentimes you'll be reading through in your favorite verse, and it's like, oh, that doesn't, or it doesn't have that one word and that other word's changed, but it also is, when it does have a word, they've retranslated it. So it just gets into the multiple tens of thousands of differences. And so this is the thing. Westcott and Hort, they were commissioned to update the language of the King James. But what they did, they snuck in, and that's not my words, that's the words of the New King James main editor, Fasted. He said this in the Ankerberg show in 1995. He said they snuck in a never seen before Greek text. So they did this deceptively, and they had Unitarians working with them, like Jehovah's Witness weirdos. They weren't Jehovah's Witnesses. Unitarians just, they don't believe that Jesus is God or the Holy Spirit is God. They just believe in the Father, this type of thing. And so they snuck in this never seen before text, and they were just supposed to update the language of the King James, which, a lot of people have attempted to do that. I've worked on my own update of the King James in the 2023 edition. I would say that's probably the most accurate one that you can get in a New Testament. I haven't done the Old Testament yet, but that one there basically updates archaic terminology. And so I've done that work so that, because I'm doing Bible translation work, my main project at the moment is the Urdu Bible. When I'm talking to people who are fluent speakers of Urdu, a lot of them don't know Greek and Hebrew, and a lot of them would struggle reading the King James. And so I have that for them. Now, if you can read the King James, fine. If you can just go through it with a dictionary, fine. But this is sort of like probably the statement where he's saying a little bit of truth. But what he does is he mixes it in with everything else. And it's like, but it's hard to read. So, but the thing is, are King James people blind to this? No. D.A. Waite, who ran the Dean Burgon Society since 1978, he made the defined King James. He had the King James, and whenever there was a hard word in the margin, he would just put like a synonymous word, or he would explain what it means. And so the Trinitarian Bible Society, they have lists of up to 700 words that are archaic, obsolete, or just, sometimes you might skip over it and go, that's hard to understand. And so they have a 700-page word list. Even Chick Tracts, they have on their website, you can download their archaic word list. So are King James people blind to this? No, we realize it's a 400-year-old book, but we overlook that. We don't go in the modern version camp, because their text has 2,900 less words, just the Greek underlying it, 8,000 changes, and probably thousands and thousands of just retranslations just into the English. So we don't want that slop. We would rather have something where it's like, okay, I'll just look that up in a dictionary. It's like having the Constitution of the United States. I mean, if I updated it for you, but it didn't have the Second Amendment in it, or it didn't have a whole bunch of other things in it, you would just go, well, I don't want that version of it. Yeah, it's easier to read, but it's missing a whole bunch of stuff, and it's important stuff. And a lot of the time, these attacks, these deletions, these changes are to do with the deity of Christ. They're to do with Holy Spirit being God, Jesus being a sinner or not. Yeah, and when you look back, a lot of the people who are involved with this type of thing believe that Jesus was a sinner. They believe the Holy Spirit isn't God. And it's like, well, of course, they're going to put their bias into the text. And that's exactly what's happened. And so what we see today is some people, they're going to a good church, they would classify themselves as Trinitarian, and they're going along to churches and they're holding up a Bible and they really don't know much about the history of it. Now, I just watched this morning, Matthew Eberhard, he was talking about the New King James, and he just came out and said, the New King James has never changed. And I'm like, well, I have my 1979 New Testament of the New King James there. The reason I bought it was because it's different. So it has changed. So he knows nothing about it, like zero. like he's just making this claim and making a whole video on a false concept. And I'm just watching it going, what's he doing? But then near the end, he's like, I've done the Jonathan Edwards Study Bible in the New King James. So all of a sudden he's like, New King James is great. New King James is this. It's a sales pitch. And he doesn't really even know. And he makes a whole video on how it hasn't changed. I'm like, well, between 1979 and 1984, it did change. And even on my website that I've shown him and I've given him links for years and years about that, you can see sometimes I'll have the 1979, 1982, 1984, because they're all different. So it has changed. Now, it hasn't changed since 1984, but he didn't say that. He said it's never changed. And it's like, so he just doesn't know. And he's actually doing a study Bible in the New King James. And it's like, man, it just blows my mind. Anyway, now I know there's plenty of things that I don't know about. If you were to talk to me about golf or plumbing or lots of different things, I would look just as silly as these guys do. But I do know a lot about this. And that's why I'm doing videos on it. If I knew a lot about golf, I'd do golfing videos. If I knew a lot about fishing, I'd do that, but I don't. And so I leave that to people who know their stuff. But these guys are just making false claims. And so anyway, let's just continue. So the Byzantine manuscripts represent the text that was constantly used. So this is the text that the Syriac church used. And so this is where Bible believers were first called Christians, Acts 11:26. And you can see in that area, the Bible is very Byzantine. There are a lot of Textus Receptus readings in that text. And so what's strange is the critical text guys, say someone like Bruce Metzger, who taught Bart Ehrman, he will even say there was 15 heretical groups in Alexandria, and they oftentimes would have Gnostic leanings. They were known to corrupt the word of God. And this is where Vaticanus and Sinaiticus apparently come from. And so, but anyway, so Dan McClellan's got some blind spots here. So he never really mentions that the two oldest or earliest manuscripts, B and Aleph, that disagree with each other in the Gospels like 3,000 times, or the fact that Hospier didn't use 17 other types of tabulation, which would have made these differences into the tens of thousands. But he just had a cursory look, and that was enough to go, hey, look, just a cursory look, that your one's Arnold Schwarzenegger, one's Danny DeVito. They're not twins, but he's saying they're both the best. It's like, okay. And so a dog with 5 legs and a bat are the best representation of a primate that's related to a human. It's like there's just so many category errors that you're like, it's just not making any sense. And so how can these two be the best when they discount each other? And the strange thing is, like, some of these texts even discount themselves. You just read earlier where it says something and then it's got a contradiction. They contradict themselves. And so there's so many mistakes in these. And so, but he doesn't want to talk about that. He just wants to basically demonize the King James. And so, he believes the nonsense that Westcott and Hort have an earlier and better text. So they had to actually base that upon false information. They said there was a Lucianic recension. That's been thoroughly debunked. The vast majority of scholars no longer believe that. That basically this is their conspiracy theory, that all the good Bibles back then that were like Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, they were all gathered up and they were all destroyed in the Lucianic recension. Okay. And what was left is this Byzantine text, this horrible Byzantine text that's a creation of like the 4th century. That's all that was left. So how do you do that? You get 2 manuscripts that are left apparently of their Bible, and no one even used them. But like they were just like Sinaiticus, completely unknown up until just recently. Vaticanus, only known about the time of Erasmus. No one really used these. No one copied them. No one translated them. And the thing is, how, like, the Westcott and Hort theory has been debunked. Okay. So their whole theory that we should throw out everything else, really, except for their favorite little manuscripts, Vaticanus, Sinaiticus, they might have used Ephraemi Rescriptus a little bit, Codex Alexandrinus, but really it's basically Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. How they threw out everything else because they're like, oh, these are later texts. The Byzantine text that's a corruption. But then what happened is they started to find papyri everywhere. And whoops, the papyri has all these Byzantine readings in it, showing that they're early. And so this is by their own dating and by their own people. So their own people debunked them. And then it's like, oh, this has actually got a reading that's, it ends up in the King James, and it's like, 2nd century, 3rd century, whatever, these papyri are dated at by them. I think we should test all them as well. And so the Westcott and Hort theory was completely destroyed, but they still go with their text. This is the weird thing. So you have a whole new text come on the scene based upon all this false information that they themselves, like 30 years later, this was all completely debunked. And then, but they're still running with the same text. And even when you go to Metzger and Kurt Aland, when they started to get involved and it became the Nestle Alarm text, they basically got Westcott and Hort's text and just rehashed it. When they were asked, like Metzger was asked, how did you compile your Greek text? They said, what we did is we went back to the Westcott and Hort text and started there again, and then we added and subtracted accordingly. And so that the Westcott and Hort text was, again, it was basically rehashed, and they went back with that again. So, and they use a completely different methodology, but they're still coming up with all these strange, weird readings. And then they get, Roman Catholics involved, like Carlo Martini, who was in line to be a pope. He was, heavily involved with that. But then you get, Bart Ehrman coming along, and then you get the CBGM. So all these different methodologies, all the way from like Luckman, all the way through to Westcott and Hort, different methodologies. Westcott and Hort, all the way through the Alens and Metzger's, different methodology. Then from then until today, different methodology, but they're still coming up with all these, pretty much the same type of weird errors. And basically they're saying Vaticanus and Sinaiticus are the best. And so that's usually what it boils down to. There might be a few little exceptions to the rule every now and then, but it's mostly 2 manuscripts that were just pretty much completely not used for like 18, for 1500 years. Apparently they're that old. And it's like the Bible that's been used, and people have died for, martyrs. People have had these Bibles strung around their neck as they're burnt and all. Well, that's all just rubbish. All those Bibles used by the church and by everyone is rubbish, and the ones that weren't used are the best. And it's like, no, that's ridiculous. That's like the reverse of reality. And so he is implying that we now have much earlier papyri that vindicate the text, say the NIV, the ESV, the New Revised Standard Version, the one that he promotes. This is just ridiculous. It depends how you decipher the papyri. Like say, papyri 66, P75. These are allegedly, very early 3rd century sort of thing, 2nd century. Some people would claim that some of this papyri goes back that early, but they actually contain Byzantine readings in there. So we don't know what these papyri are. They could be someone writing down sermon notes. They could be just like, we don't know if it comes from a Gnostic group, or we don't know if it's got Marcion influence on there, or if Arians were involved with translating certain things in the Arian controversies and in some of these Latin documents and things like that. But they're a mix, because some of these might be just someone's paraphrases. Like sometimes we just find something as big as a credit card. What is it? Is that the whole book was saying that one verse is wrong, and that's all that's left? You know what I mean? That's obviously a wild claim, but it's like, who knows what that is? And then it's like, oh, that's the older reading. And the thing is, have they really tested it for its age? Are they interested in testing it? Like, sometimes we see in evolutionism, we see a whole bunch of the dating games going on, that people say this is that old, and that's, this other things, the 13.8 billion years old and all this sort of stuff. And they have these precise dates, but sometimes just logic just overrides all that. And you're like, hang on, how can that be that old when these factors come into it? And when you look at these manuscripts, how can people like the Museum of the Bible be so sucked in that they spend a whole ton of money buying a whole bunch of Dead Sea Scrolls? In 2020, they actually tested them, and they're all fake. So I think we should go through and test all these manuscripts. Then we don't have to guess anymore. But the thing is, these guys are on top. It's like you're coming against like a Fauci type of thing. You're coming against like the military industrial complex. You're coming against the big pharma sort of thing. It's like they're not interested in truth. They're not interested in really showing you what the lab results really say. They want to keep all that hush hush until it's like, oh, we have to sort of bail now, and burn the place to the ground as we go, sort of thing. But the thing is, Westcott and Hort, they said that that the Byzantine text is from around 400, but we found Byzantine readings in the papyri that they themselves are saying are very early. So that overrides Westcott and Hort's concept. But oftentimes too, they'll just make these claims like P75, this papyri manuscript is so close to Vaticanus, there's a direct lineage that goes there. But when you look at this closeness, when you study that, now the cutoff point is 78%, okay? When it goes to 78% or lower, that they're not really related. There's no line, there's no relationship, okay? Now, the P75 and Vaticanus, that's claimed by James White and many other people to be a direct line to each other. They don't come from each other, they come from a common ancestor, that like a Q source that's just completely missing now. But they're saying, oh, these are so closely related. Have a guess how much percentage they are. 79%. So if they're just 1% lower, they wouldn't have been classified as being related at all. It's like you've got a native Nigerian guy, and you've got a Japanese girl there, and it's like, oh, you guys are DNA says you're like related, like it's like. And they're saying this is, James White will get on there and say, we have proof that papyri 66, P75, and Vaticanus are related and all this stuff. And it's like, yeah, 79% with the cutoff point is 78%. And who made that percentage? Like, I think they actually probably had it at 80%, and they've gone, oh, we've gone under the line. Hey, Bart, well, let's ring up Bart Ehrman. What do we do? We'll just lower the bar. It's like, put it at 78%. It's like, okay. Like, it's just ridiculous. But this is what they're based on. They're based on just smoke and mirrors. It's ridiculous. So the Chester Beatty papyri, P45, P46, P47, contain wild textual variants. This has corruption in it. It's not talking about purity. It's not talking about accuracy. So we want things that are accurate. So the thing is that you can have readings that are just true. 1 + 1 = 2, and you're like, oh, that's accurate. A lot of these manuscripts don't have that. They have errors in it that are so dumb that you're like, well, this is inaccurate. The scribe wasn't thinking. The scribe didn't know what he's doing, or he's deliberately tampering with the text. Even Paul said, look, they're writing whole letters to the church in Thessaloniki pretending to be Paul. So this was happening in the New Testament era. But thankfully, God said he would preserve his word. That even though the devil has attacked, he attacked the living word, Jesus, and put him on the cross and mutilated him and crucified him. What do you think he's going to do to the written word? And so that's why I'm doing these videos. So Dean Burgon said the oldest manuscripts are not necessarily the best. They are simply the ones that survived the climate of Egypt. Okay. And so let's continue.
So that the English is sometimes impenetrable. And here's just one example. This is from 2 Corinthians 2:5. But if any have caused grief, he hath not grieved me, but in part, that I may not overcharge you all. What do you imagine?
So you know what's so weird? Dan McClellan, being a former Mormon, did you know the Book of Mormon plagiarizes the King James Bible? Okay, so he himself says that, hey, when the King James Bible was written, the people didn't even really speak that language. Now, when you read the King James, to me, I understand it. It's fine. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. It's not that hard. You know what I mean? Every now and then, one word might throw you on for a bit of a curveball. There might be, a couple of words put together, like chambering and wantonness, or superfluity of naughtiness, and you're like, but at the end of the day, it's not that huge a problem. And the thing is, they make out that this is the biggest problem in the world. When you look at what Jesus read, the Hebrew Bible that Jesus read was, when he was quoting Isaiah, it was a 750-year-old document at the time. And when you look at experts in Hebrew, they show you that Hebrew morphed and changed during that time. And guess what the difference would have been like? About a 400-year-old English text called King James Bible, comparing it to today. So Jesus was reading a text that had about that much difference in it, because there were words that weren't commonly used. Many people were speaking Aramaic. And so I believe that Jesus was reading the Hebrew. I believe they spoke Hebrew and Aramaic. Just like, we don't necessarily speak in King's English or BBC English or what would be an equivalent in the United States, like a news broadcaster or something like that. We don't speak like that all the time, but we understand each other. And there are people in the back blocks of England, when they open their mouth, you can't understand them when they speak in their Cockney weird accent. When I speak Australian and I'm saying, how you going, mate? You want to go down to the servo and grab a pack of ciggies, and I'll see you after the bus stop. Like, did you know what I said there? Like, Aussies understand, like even poshy Aussies would understand what I'm saying. And of course, you guys have, in the United States, full Southern accents and all sorts of things. And so the Hebrews naturally would have had that type of thing. And perhaps that's what Aramaic, sort of was, just the local lingo. But they definitely could read Hebrew. Pilate put, this is the King of the Jews in Hebrew, in Latin and Greek above the cross. Well, that doesn't appear in modern Bibles, because that's another verse they chop out. It's amazing how many verses they chop out. Almost every verse that I go to preach on, it's like, oh, they chopped that out. They chopped this word out. They changed it. And that's why it's such an important issue, because these guys, they hate the Bible. They attack the Bible. And so, but what's interesting, okay, so he's saying the King James era people, they didn't even speak that language. Okay, well, say the thee, thou, thy distinctions. Usually when you have the personal pronouns, the thee, thou, thy, it is in the singular. So you have you, ye, your, that's plural. So if it starts with a T, it's singular. If it starts with a Y, it's plural. So you might look at a verse like Jesus saying to Nicodemus, marvel not that I say unto thee, singular, Nicodemus, thee, no one else, just Nicodemus. Ye, everyone, must be born again. Now in the New King James, marvel, or do not marvel that I say to you. Is that just Nicodemus or the whole nation of Israel or everyone there? Or, I guess they were alone. So, but it's like, maybe it's, but he says, you must be born again. Is that just Nicodemus must be born? So there is an accuracy there that they purposely put in with the thee, thou, thys. Now, I understand some people see that as archaic today. In the edition that I've worked on, I've tried to keep that type of distinction by having the context, having you, marvel, do not marvel that I say unto you, you all must be born again. And so it makes that type of distinction, having the plural, you all, everyone must be born again type of thing. And so, and that's because I've got translators using my edition to put the King James into their language, into Urdu. And so having that type of distinction is very helpful for them. And and that's an American word, like someone just mentioned, y'all. It's and I understand some people might think it's Southern or whatever. Here in Australia, you all, it's very common. And I think if you just say it, you all, anyway, it's mostly, my edition is more like a supplement for the King James. It's not a replacement. I know some people are like, get rid of the King James and get the New King James. It's like, no, this is used for certain people. When I go to Papua New Guinea and I'm street preaching, they understand my English, but if I hand them the King James, they struggle. And a lot of people, like 50 million people in India, speak English as a first language, but if you give them the King James, they struggle. When I was living in Pakistan, lived there for a year, a lot of people would have a modern Bible, but they wouldn't have the old King James. And so that's why I'm like, well, at least this is up to date. with that language, and now they don't have an excuse. They can go with something that's up to date, that's modern, and they can have those 2,900 words in there. The 8,000 changes are not in there, and I've defined things according to how the King James translators define things. Anyway, let's continue. But the point that I was making there is Dan, being a former Mormon missionary, they were walking around with the Book of Mormon that plagiarizes the King James word for word in many places. So you can see where they've done that. So that's actually more damning for the Book of Mormon, because not only do you have the King James using thee, thou, thy, and some distinction things that, yes, it wasn't the way that everyone spoke on the street in those days, but people understood it. But they've actually, hundreds of years later, used that in the Book of Mormon, exactly word for word. And so it's plagiarism. And they're claiming that this is exactly how it's translated from these golden plates. Isn't that just like, you may as well be just dropping mushrooms. I mean, that's the strangest, weirdest thing ever. But that's the type of world that Dan's come out of. Okay, so no wonder he's pretty messed up when it comes to his bibliology. So let's continue.
That means wrong.
Okay, so yes, he just mentioned that one verse. Now I will go back to that. 2 Corinthians 2:5. But if any have caused grief, he has not grieved me, but in part, that I may not overcharge you all. Okay. And so I'm going to go through some of these comments here, and then I'm going to deal with that. Now, one thing that I've noticed that critics of the King James Bible do, they'll just get something completely out of context. Now, if I was to show something like in the NIV, because there are plenty of places like in the NIV, ESV, where I can read a verse and no one understands what it's saying. Like even in the New King James, if I say Wahabin super, you're like, what's that? But in the King James, it says what they did in the Red Sea. It's way more understandable than Wahabin super. What's Wahabin super? Do you know? No one knows. I could put that on the screen, but of course you would put it in context and you go, okay, well, but that's a huge change. Like here, at least it's in English. At least you can figure it out. And at least if you just read the context of 2 Corinthians chapter 2, you'll probably get this. But I do understand that is an archaic way of saying things, and there are some archaisms there. And so this is well known to King James people. D.A. Waite knows this. Chick Tracts guys know this. Trinitarian Bible Society guys know this. It's not new. It's not like Mark Ward's come along and gone, hey, there's old words in a 400-year-old book, and everyone's just woken up to it. No, this has been known for a long time. I've known this for a long time, and I've been working on my text for a long time. So let me just read what I've got here. 2 Corinthians chapter 2, verse 5 in the King James Version 2023 edition. I've got, but if anyone has caused grief, he has not grieved me, except partially, so that I may not be harsh to you all. Okay. And so this is in the context where it says, for out of much affliction and anguish of heart I wrote to you with many tears, not that you should be grieved, but that you might know the love which I have so abundantly for you. Then our verse, but if anyone has caused grief, he has not grieved me, except partially, so that I may not be harsh to you all. This punishment, which was inflicted by many, is sufficient for such a man, so that on the contrary, you ought rather to forgive him and to comfort him. So he's obviously talking about the guy who got kicked out of the church in 1 Corinthians for sleeping with his stepmother. And he came back and repented, and people hated him. And Paul's saying, hey, you should love this guy. So there is a huge context to that. But obviously, Dan is just going to go to the worst example. Now, really what you should do is steelman argumentation. So when it comes to the New King James, yes, the New King James is very readable. Yes, the New King James actually has a lot of verses that are just akin to the King James, but just updated. And that's fine. But it's where they do depart from the text, where they actually follow the critical text at time, omit the deity of Christ, say, 1 John chapter 3, verse 16, it actually omits the deity of Christ in that verse. It doesn't even have a footnote about it, it just omits it. Follows the critical text. There are many other verses that are changed. Hebrews 3:16 actually says that Joshua and Caleb didn't go in the promised land, where the King James says some went in to the promised land, obviously Joshua and Caleb. So there is quite a difference, but let's just go through these comments. Bryson says Vaticanus and Sinaiticus both had that reading of Jesus being killed by a spear before dying on the cross. I didn't know that. I thought it was just Vaticanus. But I didn't know Sinaiticus had that as well. That is so strange. Bryson also says the Yahweh thing is very funny because in Hebrew, Syriac, and Greek, there is no letter W. Yes. But they think they're pronouncing it. It's like, wait, like they've learned it from, the sage or something. And it's like, whenever I hear someone say, wait, the more pronounced they have the more deceived they usually are. You and Me says the critical text scholars just gaslit everyone. Yeah, they're like, this is the oldest and best, and they just keep saying it, and people are like, well, I guess it is. It's like COVID. They had us all masked up and standing separate from each other and going to concerts, in our own little booth, and shopping at certain times and walking your dog on a Tuesday, and it's like they had the whole world doing this. There is a spirit of deception on this world, and when it comes to the Bible, the only thing that can really set humanity free is the Word of God, and of course, the devil's going to attack this. Held says it doesn't even matter that much if Aleph and B are from the 4th century or later. There existed reasons to alter the text in the 4th century as well as later, but it would be good if they are both tested. Yeah, and that's one of the things. There's so many good arguments against them already, even if they are dated wrong. But just say they are dated correctly. I mean, Dean Burgon, he had enough bullets to destroy the Westcott and Hort theory completely. And he went through Vaticanus and Sinaiticus with a fine-tooth comb and said they're hopelessly corrupt manuscripts. Bryson D. Bishop, the Vulgate and the Peshitta both line up with the King James Bible in majority of places. Yes, and so what we see is even in the Reformation period, the Catholic Bible, which was mostly based upon the Latin, and the Protestants' Bible, which was based upon the 3 closed class of witnesses, so primarily the Greek, secondarily the Latin, but also guided by the writings of the early church. And so the Greek corrects the Latin polishes the Greek, but there's a guidance by how things were used and how people talk about things. Then outside of that, you have outside of the closed class of witnesses, you have the Syriac and a whole bunch of other translations and things like that. But what we see is even the Catholic Bible and the Protestant Bible weren't that far from each other in the Reformation period. But back then, that was seen as a huge deal. It's like, well, the Catholics have this reading and Protestants have this reading, and they were fighting over that. But now, if you got in a time machine and brought those people who are arguing, like Beza and Cajetan and Erasmus and say the guys who worked on the Textus Bible, and if you brought them into the future and showed them the Westcott and Hort text, they would all instantly just vomit on the ground and say, this is ridiculous. Like they were arguing about a lot smaller things back then. The text that we have today is basically, I call it the Unitarian text. It came out of an England that was saturated with Unitarianism and Unitarian concepts, and a lot of Trinitarian verses are removed. And so You and Me says, Helg, exactly. Even if 4th century, we don't know their provenance, maybe they were made by a Gnostic sect. Yes, absolutely. You and Me, wasn't it Richard Simon who first called the Protestant the paper pope? Probably. He seems like the father of modern day textual criticism. And even the Catholics banned all his books. It's so weird. They said he was off the wall, but now they would probably agree with his stuff. That's how weird they've become. or they already were weird, but they've just morphed into some new type of weird. Wayne Wills says, that was my point about Egypt. When did it originally become the authority of Christianity? Yeah, that's a good point, because people are like, well, Egyptian texts override everything. Yes, that's a very good point. Even Origen stated the Bible out of Alexander was corrupt by the 2nd century. It is known as the home base of Gnostics. Yes, and Metzger pointed out 15 Gnostic type of cults that were there around that time, which is quite amazing. You and Me says the King James Version translators were well aware of many of the words they chose were already archaic in their time, but chose them anyway because it's written in biblical English. And there are some words here and there, but the thing is, Tyndale made up words like atonement. Now, we use that quite often when we're preaching the gospel. It's in a lot of Bibles, and it's a great word. He just made it up, so it didn't exist. So the fact of, the King James translators actually using something that, it mightn't be used as much, in common everyday speech. It's like, well, they're being very accurate. And I'm going to go through and explain the translation methodology, and you can't get around the fact that the King James translation is the best translation ever. And it's exactly the opposite of what Dan is about to say. You and Me says Dan never mentions why the King James Version translators purposely used archaic words. Yes, that's true. Now, it's not all the way through either. It might be, every 100 words, there's a word that's like, oh, that's a, propitiation. They're using that quite frequently, or they're using atonement, or they're using a scapegoat, these type of words. And it's like, they mightn't be as popular as whole bunch of other English words, but they are very accurate. And because they knew that their Bible was going to be the main standard, it's like, let's just make this word great again, sort of thing. Jesus is the only way to be saved, says people hold to many modern translations, including the New King James, because they are blind. The King James Version gets so much hate from people because it is the preserved word of God, and the critical text is of Satan. I can't disagree with that. You and Me says Trinitarian Bible Society also has their own version of the defined King James Version with words defined at the bottom of the page. Yes, I think it's the Westminster Bible or something like that. Thanks for that info. Jerry says, first of all, the King James is not a version. It is the one and only pure. I thought you were mocking it, but he says it is the one and only pure Bible. The King James Bible, I never call it KJV. Versions are the Alexandrian false text line that Satan created in Egypt. I think we'd probably be on the same page, but I think it is actually a version. See, there are groups out there that say that the King James is re-inspired. Okay, so someone like Peter Ruckman, he says this, that the translators were inspired, just like the original people who wrote the original Hebrew and Greek. I don't believe that. And most people who follow King James preferred, even some King James only, they don't believe that either. And so this is exactly what Ruckman taught. He, say when it comes to the verse in 1 John chapter 2 verse 23, where it says, he who acknowledges the Son hath the Father also. Now that was in an italic in the King James, and it still is in an italic in the King James, but there has been a lot of manuscript evidence to prove that it's a valid verse. And I think they were basically just showing where there was a change, because the earlier Geneva, I think, or bishops, one of them didn't have it in there. So they just put it in italic to show people. But that italic in the Trinitarian Bible Society text of today, they don't print that italic there. They just have it in normal text, because it was that was designed to show people like, oh, it's not a misprint. We haven't just printed this extra thing. This is actually something that we know. But they were just letting people know that, hey, we know your earlier Bible that you've used for most of your life doesn't have this verse. But we're the King James guys. We're doing way superior work than the Geneva, than the bishops, and a whole bunch of others. And this verse is better. Now, Ruckman said that they didn't have any manuscript evidence for this. That's why it's in italics. But the Holy Spirit guided them to write those words. But then later on, they found manuscript evidence for it. And that's re-inspiration. That's like, no, that didn't happen, Mr. Peter Ruckman. So that's off the wall. And so that's why I avoid the whole, this is the King James Bible distinction between this is the King James version. The King James is a version. And so, but, I'm sure we can still be friends. It's just terminology. But I do hear a lot of people use KJB as like the more superior way of saying, the King James Bible rather than King James Version, because it's not just a version. King James is a version, but it is the best, So You and Me says, I don't think we're going to make it through much of the video. We've gone for 1 minute. Don't worry, when I was a kid, I used to watch that Creep Show. I can hold my breath for a long time and they're drowning in some horror movie. I can talk for a long time. I can talk all day. And so we are going to go through this video, you and me. And you and me are going to go, you and me are going to go through this together. Helg says this is somewhat ironic that the longer into the future we come, the less excuses are left for anyone to rightly say that they are not able to read and understand the King James Version. Yeah, it's quite amazing. You and Me says, this might sound controversial, but I'm pretty sure most of the papyri are modern forgeries. It wouldn't surprise me. When I'm looking at Papyrus 1, the story is they left England and said, we're going to go and find some papyri. We're going to find some manuscripts. And then they just went out there and found it in the sand, like right in front of them. And I'm like, it's a bit like me saying, hey, there's a gold rush in China. I'm going to go to Hong Kong tomorrow and find me some gold. And the next day I'm holding up a nugget that's worth like $10 million. And it's like, I don't know about that. It just seems way too good to be true, and so it makes me wonder, I wouldn't put it past people to fake evidence, Tribe with Fire says, what I find even more dangerous is that it's not just wackadoodles like Dan parroting this, but neo-evangelicals like Matt Mason et al. Continuously casting doubt on God's word. Yes, it is a sad day when we see that. And the thing is, too, it's like I know a lot of good, decent people who use modern Bibles. They're just duped. And it's like, and they're like, I don't want to be a King James onlyist. And it's like, look, get rid of the labels and just look at the facts and stop being peer pressured. It's like, you have to get your fourth booster sort of thing. It's like, no. Just think logically for a second. So RH says, study ancient Hebrew, Aramaic, Arabic, and Greek as it translates into German, Espanol, Russian, Chinese, and not only into English, and compare with many variations of English text. Yes, I do all that. And so absolutely, the King James is accurate to the Hebrew, it's accurate to the Aramaic portions, it's accurate to the Greek. And a lot of this work's already been done. Like Junius, he did the Arabic translation. He worked with Tremelius, who did the Syriac translation, and he worked with Theodore Beza, and they worked on the Latin Bible that was pretty much the King James type of standard Latin Bible for hundreds of years until a Westcott and Hort type of revision happened to that one as well. But when you look at the German, Martin Luther, he used the German Bible, and he used he did the German Bible, sorry. He used the Textus Receptus, and that was actually a very interesting foundation for a lot of the English terminology as well. The Espanol, what we see is the 1602 edition of the Spanish Bible was the most accurate, but today we have the Reina Valera Gomez Bible in Spanish, which is accurate to the Textus Receptus. The Russian Synodal Bible, the 1876 Bible, is pretty much akin to the King James. There's 117 differences apparently in the New Testament. Missionary to Ukraine told me that. And but it's very much a Textus Receptus Masoretic text Bible. The Chinese Bible, the Bible Society used to use the Textus Receptus and the Masoretic text for 100 years. They did, until Westcott and Hort messed it all up. But they were to create Bibles that were akin to the King James, because back then they knew the King James was the gold standard. So why would you translate it less than that? And so, not only into English. Hey, I'm looking into that. I'm doing Bible translation work into Urdu. I've done Bible translation work into the Cambodian language of Khmer. And so I've read, and preached from King James New Pella Testament, from the Papua New Guinea Pidgin language, the King James equivalent there. So we do compare these things. We compare many things to the English text. H says, and you will find error in the King James, friend. Okay, well, where? Whereabouts? You have to be more specific than just saying, hey, out. There's no gold in China. I mean, you have to show evidence of that. You can't just make a claim. No salvational critical differences. Okay, but it does have Jesus being a sinner. If you take out the words for when it says, if you get angry with your brother without a cause, if you take those words out without a cause, that means without like a justification or a just reason, you're in danger of judgment. But Jesus got angry, didn't he? He looked around people with anger. He got angry at the scribes and Pharisees. And so, but it says there, if you get angry, you're in danger of judgment. So I guess Jesus was just in danger of judgment all the time when he's flipping tables and stuff. He got angry. But if you have without a cause there's no contradiction in the Bible. And so that makes Jesus a sinner. Jesus lied, apparently, and said, I'm not going up to the feast. But then in the King James, it says, I'm not going up to the feast yet. So he doesn't lie. And of course, the Hebrew men were required to go to that feast. So he'd be saying, I'm not going to be a Hebrew anymore. It's ridiculous. And so, but this is what these modern Bibles do. They destroy the deity of Christ. 1 Timothy 3:16. God was manifest in the flesh. Perfect verse for saying Jesus is God. I use it all the time when I'm talking to cultists and Arians, but it's changed to who appeared in the body, which is a solecism, because it doesn't make any sense. It has a predicate without a subject. Os doesn't make any sense there. And so they say it's a hymn that Paul broke out into. It destroys the deity of Christ. It just says he appeared in the body. I mean, I've appeared in the body. Why is that a great mystery of godliness? It's like saying, great is the mystery of godliness. Moses was born. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, that's great. But no, great is the mystery of godliness. God was manifest in the flesh. It changes everything. And it's like, but these modern Bibles are destroying the deity of Christ. So you and me says, also the words have different meanings depending on the context. The same exact word is often translated in multiple different ways. Yeah, that's another problem. Where what they try and do is say, oh, you have to translate this word the same everywhere. And no one does that. There is a lexical reading. You look at it in a dictionary and it has certain readings, but there's a contextual meaning. And oftentimes that can override a lexical definition. And so people who are fluent in these languages, they know this type of stuff. Bryson says, Jewry in Israel mostly spoke Hebrew with some Syriac and Greek. Jesus Christ mainly spoke Hebrew with some Syriac and Greek. Yes. John 3:16 in Afrikaans, Johannes 3:16. Okay, so it's got it all written there. And so if that's the 1952 version, that is based upon the Textus Receptus. If it is a modern version, that is different. And so it won't have only begotten. It will have only son. So the monogenes has been redefined because they wanted to squeeze in a Gnostic reading that of the only begotten God in John chapter 1, verse 18. And they had to redefine monogenes as meaning unique or one of a kind instead of only begotten. So if you went in a time machine back to the early church and you stopped at like every 100 years and asked the Greeks, what does monogenes mean? They'd all say, oh, only begotten. They'd just say, only begotten, all the way through up till today. If you knock on the Greek Orthodox door and say, what does monogenes mean? They say, only begotten. But now the Anglo-Sanhedrin say, oh, it means unique or one of a kind. So you couldn't just change it in John chapter 1, verse 18. You have to change it everywhere. So, or else you look inconsistent. So now even John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only son. It doesn't say only begotten son anymore because they've had to redefine that. And that's just one example. And the strange thing is they say, well, what about Isaac? Isaac wasn't the only begotten son of Abraham, was he? Ha, 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 I got you there. If you read the Old Testament, God speaking says to Abraham, take thy son, thine only begotten, and go and sacrifice him on the mountain. So they don't even know the Bible. God defines it that way, that it's his only son. And this is the best argumentation Dan Wallace has. It's like, hey, Dan, are you still reading the Bible, or are you just reading books about the Bible? Anyway. So y'all, yes, absolutely. So then we have the Hebrew text there. Holy Streamguard says, funny how it's too hard to consult a dictionary, yet every pro-critical text advocate I know wants to learn ancient Hebrew and Greek and carry around their Nestle United Bible Society, Texas Odd Hay, Strong's, etc. It is true, they'll say, what's hilarious? All the time that Mark Ward's been doing these videos and saying, people like me who know the original languages, we know the Greek, we know the Hebrew, all this sort of stuff. And he's recently done videos of him and his daughter sitting around a campfire, and his daughter's doing Duolingo and learning Greek. And he's like, basically shared what his level of Greek is. And it's like full beginner, where someone would be if they've just been studying for 4 or 5 months. And it's like, you don't know. He's been making out that he's an expert. And it's just this massive contradiction in his videos. And it's like, oh, man. But even these guys who say they're the best, they sound like Google Translate's way better. AI is just way better, 100 times better than these guys. So anyway. Bryson says the main language of Jews in Israel was Hebrew, while the main languages of the Gentiles in the nations were Syriac and Greek. Yes. And Latin was very popular because of the Roman armies, the Roman Empire. That was the word I was looking for. Other words were just coming out. You and Me says, Holy Stream, exactly. This is the main point, this channel with Bible Highlighter, that anyone can run into the Greek and try to make it say whatever they want. Bryson Bishop says, RH, there are no errors in the King James Bible. RH is saying you are wrong, capitals. Well, it's a fight. Proof. There is so much proof on YouTube alone. Do we have time to have me write a book on it here? I mean, you could just give one example and I'll just go, oh, no, that's ridiculous. Bryson says, give me an example. If so much proof exists of it, then Helg says the Book of Mormon, the mushroom version. Man, we've got so many comments here, but I'm actually really enjoying this. So I'll just go through this, and then I'll go through some more of Dan's video, I promise. RH says, okay, just in Corinthians, we're marrying a virgin. The Septuagint says something completely different. I mean, the Septuagint is the Old Testament, dude. Oh, man. There's no Septuagint New Testament. Anyway, there are hundreds of discrepancies. Yeah, usually if you got the whole wrong testament, let alone the wrong book, it's just the wrong. It's like saying, people in England shouldn't be eating food in Tokyo. And it's like, no, they're in England. You just made the silliest statement ever. Anyway, You and Me says, you're talking about differences between the Masoretic text and Septuagint, not translation errors. Yeah, and that's Old Testament, not 1 Corinthians. Bryson says, check the New Testament. It's not in the Septuagint. Yeah, absolutely. You don't understand what you just said. I'm out of here. Okay, so God, I pray for that guy. You can educate him a little bit. Nestle Alarm United Bible Society critical Greek text to this day is still 98% Westcott and Hort, and that's an established fact. Yes, Westcott and Hort's text based upon false information, but they still have the same text with all this other different methodology. And they all say, oh, we don't use Westcott and Hort's methodology. We've got the CBGM, and we've got the methodology of Kurt Ayland and Bruce Metzger, and we're using eclecticism methods, and it's like no, it's Westcott and Hort with a different haircut. Everyday Man God Ministries says, Holy Stream, you are correct, sir. Very good. You and Me says, Holy God. There was a podcast episode with Mark Ward like 2 years ago. Some critical text scholars, where they tried to deny Westcott and Hort still dominate New Testament text criticism. I mean, even Metzger said we went back to the Westcott and Hort text. So they actually, the Metzger text, Metzger, Alan, text that they use, that's actually more Westcott and Hort than just the Nestle text. The previous, I think it's like the 23rd edition or something, or 21st edition, but the previous editions were different. And so anyway, it was laughable. Everyday Man of God Ministry says, Holy Stringer, please forgive me for plugging my channel here, but I recently finished 44 episodes regarding Westcott and Hort scripture changes. Yes, very good information in those videos. Tribe with Fire says, yes, I highly recommend Everyday Man of God Ministries' recent teachings on Westcott and Hort to all here. They are full of important information concerning modern versions when compared to the King James Bible. You and Me says, Tyndale is congregational focused. KJV was the official Bible of the Anglican Church, so it translates ecclesia as church, Tyndale as congregation. Yes, and it's very interesting that what you see in the King James, they actually translated the ecclesia according to its context. So if you are talking about believers, it's always church. If they're talking about the Jews, a congregation of the Jews, it's always congregation. And if it's a mix, they call it an assembly. So they actually put everything into its correct semantic range as well. So it's very helpful and very useful how they did that. So they didn't just throw those options out; they just clarified them, and they reutilized words like church, saying, "Hey, this is a good term. We understand that Tyndale in his day the church was corrupt, but today it's better." And so we want to use that English word that we've used for so long. We need to get that stain off it. And the thing is, too, people just come along and say, "Oh, church comes from the word circle, which comes from witches standing in a circle," and they just make up all this etymology about it. And it's like, come on, church actually comes from a Greek word which means house of the Lord. So it is related to the Greek word curios, feminine. Bryson Bishop says, it's also very interesting that the term church is anglicized form of congregation. It's like bishop, a religious word for officer, from episkop, and deacon from diakon. Yes, the episkopos is where we get bishop. So biskop is episkopos. So a lot of the English words coming through Latin, they develop their own style of saying it, but they are very interesting words. So yeah, thanks, Bryson. Very good point there. Everyday Man of God Ministries says, good to see you, brother. Thanks for your kindness. You and Me says, I'm pretty sure RH is using AI for translation, which isn't always accurate. I mean, honestly, who knows Hebrew, Aramaic, Greek, Russian, Chinese, Spanish, and English? I mean, someone like Alexander Ogales, he knows 60 languages. He's a very interesting guy to watch on YouTube. But Lancelot Andrews knew 21 languages. He knew 15 modern European languages, and he also knew 6 ancient languages. So he was a polyglot extreme. There are people on YouTube who go around and they'll learn a language for like a month and then go to Chinatown and just speak Chinese to people, or speak, African languages to African people, and people are just shocked at how good they are. So there are polyglot communities out there who know this stuff, but when it comes to studying scripture, there aren't a lot of people who know this type of level, and that's why we go back to scholars who do have that type of level, which is the King James translators. Most of these guys knew Greek, Hebrew, and Latin. That was just staple to them. But many of them knew, like say Miles Smith, who did the preface. He revived Arabic learning. There were so he worked on an Arabic dictionary, this type of thing. They were brilliant guys, all polyglots. Anchor David says 1,000 KJV foreign translations now. Wow, that's very interesting. Pastor Brett by Faith says KJV is a version. It is the culmination of English text. Yes. So as I was mentioning earlier, it's not just a culmination of English text, because that's true. Tyndale, Bishop, Geneva, all the good out of them were in the King James, but it's also the culmination of all the Textus Receptus editions. And so that's all culminated there. But they also went to the Dutch, they went to the Spanish, they went to the French, they went to all the other language Bibles, and anything good that they could get out of there as well. Like just say I told you about the distinction between church, assembly, and congregation. But that they might have seen that type of thing like a Spanish Bible and went, hey, that's brilliant to do it like that. Let's have that type of distinction in our one. And so they were borrowing ideas from all sorts of translators. And that's why it's the best Bible, because it's basically everything up until that point of time, all in one place. So you've got that's the final Textus Receptus edition. It's the final Masoretic text, and it's the sort of final English translation. Now, I'm not saying you can't update a translation. Obviously, I worked on that myself. But what I'm saying is there's a difference between updating things or modernizing something and updating it because it's wrong, and that's usually what people are doing. So thanks, Pastor Brett. Good to see you. I haven't tuned into your channel for quite a while. I really need to pop by. Trouble with Fire says, if I'm not mistaken, King James had a rule that ecclesia must be translated as church and not congregation. And so I guess that was his initial thing, because this had seemed to have been a trend that started with Tyndale. So he's saying, hey, don't make that same mistake. But obviously, because they put it in its correct semantic range and had ecclesia translated in with 2 other options, that was very clear to have congregation of the Jews and to have assembly, a mix. So I think that was very good to do that. I think it was more so have church as the main option, once again, instead of having a congregation or a Hugh Houghton type of translation. So he was one of the biggest critics of the King James. He was a smart guy, but a bit more like the Young's literal translation sort of guy. He had weird ideas, and he didn't get chosen to be one of the 60 translators. So he had a bee in his bonnet, and he was critiquing the Bible and saying it's full of rubbish. But Dan obviously quotes him. It's like, a guy who, when you read through his translation choices, it's like, oh, this is weird. This is so wooden, and this is like a Young's literal translation. It's got some strange concepts. But Dan's like, no, he's an expert. It's like, okay, whatever. Pastor Brett says, yes. Trouble with Fire says, anytime, brother. So everyone's just high-fiving there. Yes, Tyndale used congregation. Pastor Brett says that. Bryson says, trouble with fire, yeah, it was a rule to preserve religious terms with common terms. Also, the KJV preface talks about Catholics, big words, and Puritans, simple words. Okay, it's a very interesting way to look at that. Because I guess the Catholics were using words like holocausts and what was it? Paschal. These type of words that were just confusing people because they were way too sort of Latinized. You and Me says, I do hold that the King James Version is the final and best culmination of the English text. Yes, I think that too. And I think anything in the future that would be a representation of it just needs to be a modernization of that, the way someone just understanding what these English words mean, rather than changing the actual meaning. And that's a lot of people just can't help themselves. They have to change the meaning. Holy Streamguard says, the yawl here in America came from the benediction at the end of church services in the South, where a person would say, and God bless ye all real good. And with the Southern drawl, it became yawl, not yawl. Take care, Brett. And you and me says, I appreciate the explanation about the translation of church, assembly, and congregation in the King James Version. Yeah, I should really do an article, or probably a whole video on that, explaining that. But yeah, it's interesting, the word yawl, and it's interesting when I'm in Papua New Guinea. I say like morning all geta. All geta means everyone, so it comes from all together. Morning all geta, evening all geta. You know, this type of thing. And so anytime you're addressing an assembly, whatever, you know, morning, evening, you say all geta, and it's very similar to that. You and me says, who was it that says, who was it you said wasn't chosen as the KJV translator and attacked it? I didn't catch the name. His name was Hugh Houghton, or maybe it was Hugh Broughton. There is a modern guy called Hugh Houghton, I think, but the guy back then was Hugh Broughton. Yeah, that's right, with a B. Cider Spice says, I'd love a 1611, but with larger, easier to read font. The Gothic English is sick though. Yeah, yeah, it's pretty cool. Helg says, nice to see all the intelligent life occurring in the chat today. Yeah, I enjoyed reading through that. Let's go through this. Okay, so let's see what else Dan has to say.
Overcharge you all. What do you imagine that means? Wrong. This is impenetrable. The only way to adequately grasp what they were trying to say is to know what's going on in the Greek or to consult a more contemporary translation. This is because they followed too closely the form of the Greek, because they were trying to be literal. And
so he's saying, oh no, they've been too literal. Okay, but according to whose standard? I mean, the Book of Mormon uses, like, plagiarizes the King James. Like, how weird and strange that. Doesn't it just prove that it's a load of rubbish and the whole Mormon church is just fake? But which standard is he using? Is he using modern standards? Because when you go through the Reformation texts, you know, Tyndale, Bishops, Geneva, like even texts, just normal writing texts, hundreds of years after the King James, it's using the same type of methodology. And so who is Dan to come along later on and say, oh, you know, it's too literal? That's ridiculous. That everything was literal back then. Now, someone like Tyndale, he did Erasmus, he did a paraphrase of the whole New Testament. It's interesting, he has a Communianium in his 1521 paraphrase there. But he did a paraphrase, and it's way different to like the paraphrase today. It's more like a commentary. Sometimes it's straight text. Sometimes it just veers off, and it's just got this huge commentary in it. But you know, who's to say that the literal translations, like there were translations done in multiple languages, and people were happy with those. But Dan, in the future, is looking back saying, no, that's wrong. And it's like, I just think that you're wrong, Dan. I think back then people were happy with it. I'm happy with the fact that the King James is literal. Now, obviously, there are some people in the critical text camp who have this weird idea that you can never translate something accurately from one language to another. But that's ridiculous. If you talk, like, say, some friends of mine, they were translating all the EU documents into Luxembourgish. And I got chatting with them, obviously interested in Bible translation methodology and work and all the rest of it. And I said, look, when you're translating, say, from English into Luxembourgish, do you ever miss anything? Like, is there some things that you just can't translate and you have to put a big footnote there or something? And they both, was husband and wife team, and they both looked at each other and said, no, we're fluent in both. We can speak Luxembourgish and we can speak English. And the thing was, too, they were also translating everything to German, so that they could access that as well. They could double check with a German translation. And I was like, wow, so there's nothing that you miss. And they said, nothing. And you got to think, this is all the EU documents. So whenever there's, they're talking about nuclear weapons, when they're talking about terrorism, when they're talking about COVID, when they're talking about like anything that has to do with the UN and politics, these guys were translating it into Luxembourgish, and they said they didn't miss anything. And so then you talk to these so-called Bible experts, and it's like, you can't translate anything, I think they're just projecting onto the situation because these guys really don't know their stuff. But what they're doing is they're showing their illiteracy on this. But what they're actually saying is you don't go word for word, like, NRK en hologos, kai hologos en proston theon, kai theos en hologos. So basically it's, and God was the word, where we switch that around and say the word was God. That's just the way that a translator would translate it. It's just the way that English structure works. It's the way that Greek structure works. But when you're doing a translation, you have to know both languages fluently. And so oftentimes these guys don't know English that well. And so you can see sometimes they're saying things and it's just like you're trying to bring things across woodenly. But he's basically saying that things were brought across too literally. Like, the Greek structure was like this, and so the King James had a structure like this. No, they didn't. There's even sometimes, I think it's in Ephesians chapter 2, where there's one Greek word in the King James that actually is not used for 5 complete verses because it starts off and then it goes all the way down, and then it's not until, because the English won't work until you put that word at the end of that whole chunk of text, but the Greek works with it right at the beginning. So, but it's just someone who is fluent in English and fluent in Greek, they can look at that and understand that. And so he's saying, it's too literal, too wooden. And it's like, no, it's not. Sometimes a Greek word, and this has been one of those places where people say, oh, the King James doesn't translate that. And it's like, oh, no, just look 5 verses later and it's there. But you just have to know the languages well, like the King James guys did, and they could do that type of work. So anyway, let's continue.
And it ended up being too literal and frequently results in impenetrable English. The King James Version is
impenetrable English. Okay, so let's get a random King James verse up. So KJV, what's a book? Let's just go to Mark 9. Let's just start reading in the middle of that page. Yeah, totally random. We'll see how hard it is to read this King James. And as I said before, the Bible that Jesus read was old to him. It was 750 years old. A lot had changed in the Hebrew language. He was still able to read it, and the people were able to understand it. And did you know that the Greek that was used by Paul, that would have been basically as understandable as us reading the King James today? Because he was using a lot of church terminology, and a lot of Hebraisms were used in the Gospels and things like that. So there was a learning curve, but that was fine. And so that the actual difference between the Hebrew that they were reading in Jesus' day and the Greek that they were reading in Paul's day was probably about the same difference between us reading the King James today, which is quite amazing. Okay, so let's see how hard this is. Now I'll start somewhere. It says, and he said unto them, this kind can come forth by nothing but by prayer and fasting. How's that? That verse is taken out of modern Bibles. The first one that I read is like, if you actually try and do a study on fasting and going hungry and going without food, like not just the word fasting, but all of those, it's pretty much deleted in the NIV. And I know Dwayne Green's actually gotten onto that, and he's done quite a few studies into that and been a bit alarmed at how much the modern Bibles take out the concept of fasting. No wonder people don't fast anymore. It says here, and they departed thence and passed through Galilee, and he would not that any man should know it. For he taught his disciples and said unto them, the Son of Man is delivered into the hands of men, and they shall kill him, and after that he is killed, he shall rise the third day. But they understood not that saying, and were afraid to ask him. And he came to Capernaum, and being in the house, he asked them, what was it that ye disputed among yourselves by the way? But they held their peace, for by the way they had disputed among themselves who should be the greatest. And he sat down and called the 12, and saith unto them, if any man desire to be first, the same shall be last of all, and servant of all. And he took a child and set him in the midst of them. And when he had taken him in his arms, he said unto them, whosoever shall receive one of such children in my name receiveth me. And whosoever shall receive me receiveth not me, but him that sent me. How hard is this? Like, there might be the odd little awkwardness here and there, but I'm understanding this. And you know what's amazing? Like, kids don't hang around weirdos. Jesus was not a weirdo. He got this kid, put him in his arm. I can imagine Jesus smiling, the kid smiling. They're having fun. And he's saying, hey, unless you become like a little child, you won't enter the kingdom of heaven. He used to teach that type of thing. But he's saying, whosoever shall receive one of such children in my name receiveth me. And whosoever shall receive me receiveth not me, but him that sent me. Very basic teaching. The King James isn't that hard. You just got to read it. And the more you read it, the more you'll understand it. And so anyway, I just sort of jump in and do that. Okay, so let's continue.
Not a super high quality translation. In fact,
he says the King James is not a super high quality translation. I mean, like, he knows nothing, zero about the King James if he's saying this. It's this is the pinnacle of Bible translations. This is the one, the Bible societies, when they first started, William Wilberforce, a whole bunch of other guys in England, they started the Bible societies in 1804. Now, unfortunately, by the time of 1831, a lot of Unitarians had joined the Bible societies. Bible societies were flooded with Unitarians like Jehovah's Witness type of weirdos. And they basically overtook the Bible societies. And that's why a lot of the Trinitarian verses are thrown out of modern Bibles. And so the Trinitarian Bible Society had to be started. A lot of Trinitarians left and started that. So they called themselves the Trinitarian Bible Society. So they didn't really have a constitution at the beginning that banned Unitarians from joining, and some Jesuits joined, and it just destroyed everything. So, but for 100 years, they were to do Bible translation work that was to be based on the Textus Receptus, it was to be based on the Masoretic text, and they were to produce Bibles that were akin to the King James Version in their language. Like someone like Chris Yetzer, he's a missionary in Italy. He oftentimes is finding bits of information from the Bible societies in those days saying, can you update this word to match with the Authorized version? And so they were trying to match all these Bibles to the King James because it's the best one. So here you have the Bible societies. The main thing is to do that. And then for 100 years, obviously, Westcott and Hort came on the scene, and then everything just, basically you've got all these Bibles becoming like Jehovah's Witness type Bibles, which is a real shame. But even just the fact that he doesn't know really much about the King James, because Mormons attack the King James. Mormons use it, but they attack it. So if you ever read stuff coming out of Brigham Young University, a lot of people are text critics there, and they come against the King James. They say outlandish things about it. And Dan's obviously saturated with that already. And so then he's doing his whole thing, whether he's an atheist or I don't even know what he is. I haven't really studied that much into his own personal beliefs. But he's just simply wrong by saying the King James is not like a gold standard Bible. It absolutely is. It's so good that pretty much whenever someone is coming against it and says that this is a mistake or mistranslation, I just default to it's not, because I've gone through hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of places and just gone, yeah, well, you don't know the English language properly. You are translating a word. You've redefined a word. You're putting some sort of spin on a Hebrew word or a Greek word. Like you don't understand the English and how that works. You've got a conspiracy theory, like Easter's a pagan festival or something behind a word or whatever. And so for Dan to say this type of thing is just, it's so wrong. He's basically just said 1 + 1 = 2,409. And I'm like, and he's like, I'm a math teacher. 1 + 1 = 2,409. And I'm just like, oh man, where do you start with that? You know, I mean, do I have to really explain? Like, do I have to explain how good the King James is? Like listen to what he's just said. This is bizarre.
Literal, and it ended up being too literal and frequently results in impenetrable English. The King James Version is not a super high quality translation. In fact, it's just a revision of the Bishop's Bible.
It's not a super high quality like what? Like I don't know if I can compare that to anything. It's got to be the dumbest statement I've heard in like 5 years. Like seriously, that is just completely wrong. What can I compare that to? It's like saying the moon doesn't exist. There's no moon. It's like what would you say to me in that situation, or how would you compare it? There's no moon, guys. And you're just like, okay, I think I'll just go and make myself a coffee. So then he goes on with this tired trope of, it's just based on a 1602 edition. Now, there were 15 things written up that the translators were supposed to follow. Now, it said that they were to use the bishops as like a draft, okay? Because why would you reinvent the wheel? You've already got Bible translations into their language. Now, obviously, the Geneva is a different type of Bible because it's got a whole bunch of commentary, footnotes. It's thick with all this. So they wanted to create something that didn't have all that because they're interpreting stuff for you. And when you read through it, I mean, you know, Rome is the beast system. Yeah, Antichrist is Nero. Yeah, this type of thing. I'm not actually sure of that, but I'm just sort of throwing things in there. Historical things are thrown into all the prophetic narratives, which I wouldn't believe. And there's just some stuff in there that you're reading, and it's like, yeah, that's just wrong. And they do tend to look at things just completely historical. And so a lot of these guys were amillennial. They had a whole bunch of different concepts with how they interpreted things, but the translation was okay. So this is why when King James is looking at it, he's like, look, I don't want any notes. And people are like, see, he hates the Geneva Bible. It's like, no, the Geneva Bible had text, but it also had notes. They were allowed to go to the Geneva Bible. It's one of the 15 things. Let me just type this in for Dan because he doesn't seem to know this. This is like when you just say to someone, have you tried Google? Like, okay, 15 rules for 1611 translators. And maybe Dan should do this search. Okay, here we are, King's Bible. So my friend Keith Mason runs this page. Very good page. Okay, so here's the instructions. Okay, the first one, so maybe they just started reading this and they couldn't get through it, and they're like, oh, I can't be bothered. But they read the ordinary Bible read in the church, commonly called the Bishop's Bible, to be followed and as little altered as the original will permit. So what does that actually mean? That means they're using this as a draft, okay, and to only alter it when the originals permit that to be altered. So that means they are doing a translation from the originals, because you have to know when they're departing from each other. And so that means they're going to the original. So you could just word this differently and say, go to the original Greek and Hebrew and do a translation. Now, what I want you to do is when you're entering into the English style and English wording, I want you to look at the Bishop's Bible and amend what you have done. Amend the Bishop's Bible only with where the originals would warrant that to be amended. So what has upper hand here? The Bishop's Bible or the originals? The originals, obviously, and their translation of it. And that's exactly what they did. There were some verses that are like completely turned around by the King James translators because the originals warranted that. So is that not a translation? He's just basically saying it's just a revision of the bishop. And if you read through here, I might just quickly read through it. Okay. The names of prophets and holy writers and other names in the text to be retained as near as may be according as they are vulgarly used. Okay. So you're going to call Paul, Paul, not Paulos or Paulie or whatever you want. The old ecclesiastical words to be kept as the word church, not translated congregation. So we went through that a little bit before. When any word hath divers significations, mean different synonyms, that to be kept, which hath been most commonly used by the most eminent fathers, being agreeable to the propriety of the place and the analogies of faith. And so using terminology that's used by reliable people of the past. The division of chapters to be altered either not at all or as little as may be if necessity so requires. So the 1551 numbers of Stephanus, some Bibles were, obviously the LXX caused problems and has different numbering systems. And so they were to just sort of tidy all that up. No marginal notes, so don't be like the Geneva Bible, to be affixed, but only for the explanation of Hebrew and Greek words, which cannot without some circumlocution so briefly be fitted and fitly, be expressed in the text. Number 7, such quotations of places to be marginally set down as shall serve for the fit reverence of one scripture to another. So, having references in some places. Every particular man, so listen to this is how they translate it. Every particular man of each company to take the same chapter or chapters and having translated or amended them severally by himself, where he thinks good, all to meet together to confirm what they have done and agree for their part what shall stand. So this is how the King James translators did their translation. They didn't just go with the bishops and just cross it out like he's going to say. What they did is every man, like just say we were to get Matthew chapter 1 and there was 10 people in my committee. Now there's 6 committees. So we've got 10 people in my committee and every man, so all 10 people are to go home and it says to amend them severally by himself. So you to do your own translation. So you've got scholars like Lancelot Andrews knows 21 languages. Henry Saville, he's teaching the Queen Elizabeth Greek for years. These guys are legends, linguists. They know Latin like the back of their hand. Some of them know Latin better than they know English. That's been the story of their life. Because they read so much of that language. And so they are to all do a translation. So just say 10 guys in one of these committees, they all did Matthew 1. And so then they are to get those 10 translations, bring them all together and form one out of those 10. And so it says all to meet together to confirm what they have done and agree for their part what shall stand. So they're to talk, all 10 translations are being done by high-level scholars. Then all the other guys are going to look at it and critique it, and they're going to go through and see what will stand. Okay. Then, so it's the translation's been done 10 times from that point. Then, as any one company has dispatched any one book in this manner, so just say, they've done the whole book of Matthew, they shall send it to the rest. So you send that one copy of the 10 translations put into one, you send that off to the other 50 guys and they all look at it. So 50 other people look at it and they judge it. And then they send it back with notes. So it says, they shall send it to the rest to be considered of seriously and judiciously, for his majesty is very careful on this point. And so this is why the King James translation methodology is so superior, because everyone had a part in the translation. So you've done Matthew, just say Matthew 1, 10 guys have done it. They amalgamate it into one. That's sent off to the other 50. They all eyeball it, look at it. Some of them might be doing like Genesis or something, but they actually know Matthew 1 very well. They've studied it. They know the languages, and they've got this one tiny little way of saying, privily or secretly, and they're like, hang on, you should use this word. Or sometimes people are like, hey, hang on, what we're doing in the Old Testament, we've got this theme. How about in the New Testament, we carry that theme over but use a different word, or, this type of thing. And so 50 other guys looked and read through everything and then critiqued it, okay? So that they are actually basically doing their own 50 other translations. So it's almost like you've done the translation of that like 60 times, okay? 61 times, because they had to amalgamate it in the beginning. And so, and then it says, if any company, upon the review of the book, so sent, so they've got the book of Matthew there, shall doubt or differ upon any places, to send them word thereof, to note the places, and therewithal to send their reasons. To which, if they consent not, the difference to be compounded at the general meeting, which is to be of the chief persons of each company at the end of the work. So if there was a huge discrepancy there, that they were going to further look at this and talk about it and think about it. And so the King James, like this methodology is not done today in Bible translation work. Sometimes I've read through modern Bibles and gone, only one translator has done this work, because they make such idiotic mistakes. Like say the MEV in Isaiah chapter 58, verse 8, where they have reward, where the King James has reward. So they have the word reward, where the King James has reward, which means rear guard. They assumed it said reward, so they actually didn't go to the Hebrew. Now, only one person would make that mistake. Not two. It's almost impossible. And it proves they didn't go to the Hebrew, like they said, but they're selling their Bible saying, we went to the Hebrew, and they didn't. And so you can tell just by reading their translations how silly they are. But the King James guys, they did a perfect job. And this is why it's so accurate. This is why when someone says, oh, there's a mistranslation, it's like, okay, so which one of the 10 scholars who worked on that originally made the mistake? Or which one of the other 50 guys overlooked that mistake? Like they looked at everything. And then like you keep listening to this, like this is just amazing. It says it says, when any place of special obscurity is doubted of, letters to be directed by authority to send to any learned man in the land for his judgment on such a place. So just say you're going through Leviticus and you're talking about the curtains in the temple, and or sacrifices, and you don't know the correct terminology that butchers use to cut meat a certain way, they can go to any learned man in the land. So there might be someone who's written a whole bunch of stuff about these things and they're expert, they've written the dictionaries or whatever, and you can talk to them and say, what about this, what about that? And we're talking about in England, this is like the Renaissance happening in England. Renaissance was in Florence. Renaissance was in Rome up until 1527 with the sack of Rome. But here we have a time of Shakespeare. We have a time of high level literacy. Lots of people writing dictionaries, lots of people doing stuff in this period of time. There's like a massive, a huge revival of learning. And English is finally taking its spot in the world, where it's like, oh, this is just as equivalent as German or French or Latin or any of these other languages. And so anyway, let's continue. It says, letters to be sent from every bishop to the rest of his clergy, from every bishop. okay, to the rest of his clergy, admonishing them of this translation in hand, and to move and charge as many, being skillful in the tongues, have taken pains in that kind to send their particular observations to the company, either at Westminster, Cambridge, or Oxford, according as it was directed before in the king's letter to the archbishop. So in other words, if there's people, like there's 60 brilliant guys working on this, but they are consulting pretty much anyone who's smart in the whole land. This is just incredible work. I mean, if you've ever watched that movie, Mel Gibson in it, about the Oxford Dictionary, and they sort of have that crazy guy in the prison, working on it. But it's like that guy, the main guy, like he was a polyglot and spoke many different languages. But what you see, it's actually a lot of people from everywhere sending in information. And they were sifting through this information looking for definitions. And that's the Oxford English Dictionary was like, in that sense, it was a lot like what they did with the King James work. They had their 60 main guides that they used, but even then they were sailing in guys from France who were just experts in world-leading experts in the Greek language, right at the end of the project in like 1611, just to go over things and things like that. Like they had correspondence throughout all of Europe to scholars, to scholarship. So anyway, it just, my mind just explodes when he says it's not done properly. Anyway, I'll just read through the rest of these because we've gone through most of them. And so 13, 14, 15, it says, the directors of each company to be the deans of Westminster and Chester for Westminster, and the king's professors in Hebrew and Greek in the two universities. These translations to be used when, listen to this, this is exactly what I'm saying. These translations to be used when they agree better with the text of the Bishop's Bible. Tyndale's, Coverdale's, Matthews, Rogers, Whitchurch's, Kramer's, Geneva, all of those. So is it just an update of the bishops? Like Dan McClellan knows nothing. Why are people listening to this guy? It makes me cringe. Like I just wake up in the middle of the night and go, oh, there's someone watching his video going, yeah, the King James is so dumb. Why are these people following this version? It's just the Bishop's Bible with a new haircut. They're going with, yes, the bishops as a draft. And this is the thing, whenever you're doing a Bible translation, obviously I've been involved with the Urdu Bible translation. Now, Henry Martin did his first original one, but a lot of that's really old style Urdu. But there are perhaps like 10 versions done right up until the Westcott and Hort mess sort of took it over. And it's good to go through and base stuff on that. And so, like say, for example, this one here. So I'll just put myself on large screen. So this is the New Testament first parallel Urdu English. Now, if we look at St. Matthew here, we see the Urdu on one side and we see the King James on the other. Now, this is equivalent because this is done by the Bible societies originally, and this is the Salcourt text. So this is the text done in 1870 in North India, and it is compared with the King James 1611. And so, but all the verses will be there, all the words will be there. Now, there might be the odd, translation that's a little bit, you could better it slightly. But when we're doing our Bible translation to Urdu, we use this type of material because all the words are there. Now, it might be, there might be a better way of saying it today, just like, updating a few old words here and there. But you don't just start from scratch. You don't do that with anything. You know what I mean? Like, if you were to go through like the Lord of the Rings and translate that into a fresh German translation, well, maybe someone did that 10 years ago, and you would look at their material. that's what you would do, So they're just basically saying, get the bishops and use that, because that's probably the closest type of format that we want to use. But even King James, when he was at the Hampton Court Conference, he said he was yet to see a Bible that was accurate, that was translated faithfully. So he's not saying that the bishops is the be all end all. He's saying, okay, just use that as a draft, but you are allowed to go to the Tyndales, to the Coverdales, to the Matthews, to the Rogers, Whitchurch, Cramers, Geneva. Look at all these. And then it says, the last rule, by a latter rule, 3 or 4 of the most ancient engraved divines in either of the universities not employed in translating to be assigned to be overseers of the translation for the better observation of the 4th rule, which is if a word has many different meanings, to match them with how the church, early church writers went along with those words. Like, say, Easter, we see Paschal, basically Pascha can mean Passover, or it can mean Easter. Obviously, it was used as the word Easter in the early church because they were celebrating the resurrection, that type of thing. So I'll just quickly go through some of these comments. You and Me says, I think Hendrickson publishes a 1611 King James with modern font. I know Thomas Nelson, I had a Thomas Nelson one that did that. It was really good. It was just in like New Times Roman sort of font, but I think I gave it to some. I lent it to someone. I've lent so many books out over the years, and they're just gone walkabout. You and Me says, if you couldn't actually translate Koine Greek into English, the Catholic Church wouldn't have cared. Yeah, good point. Helg says, oh my, the King James Version is not too literal. Rather, it's just normal translation into English done at a high point in English language history. I think that's the case too. I mean, read anything from that era. It's read the translators to the reader. It's like, man, that's it's expecting the reader to be really well educated. Holy Streamguard says ESV has only son, which when I heard from the pulpit, I immediately thought, so we are not sons then. Yeah, it creates a contradiction. Only begotten son makes perfect sense because he is the begotten son. Now we are sons of God, but that's different. I turn to 1 Timothy 2:1. I exhort therefore that first of all, supplications, prayers, intercessions, and giving of thanks to be made for all men. Gosh, I don't know, sounds too archaic. I might not be able to understand it. And what's amazing, these guys are like, hey, I'm the brightest, and I'm the guy who's done all the legwork for textual criticism. I know everything about the Bible and bibliology, and they use all these highfalutin words and many times to try and impress people, but they can't understand the King James. It's like, oh man, you're actually revealing your illiteracy there. You're insulting yourself. It's sort of like, anyway, it's hard to find examples that relate to this because it's so bad. You and Me says that's why the Trinitarian Bible Society was created. Yes, too many Unitarians in the Bible societies. Helg says, has Dan criticized the NASB for being too literal? Well, that's the thing. Sometimes you go through the NASB and it's like there are very literal places there. There are places that are pretty much akin to the King James, but apparently it's only the King James that deserves the ire of these people. You and Me says, I don't like study Bibles. Mine is just a plain text. Trinitarian Bible Society, KJV. Well, that's good. You and Me says, I do have an original 1611 facsimile, though. There are a few around. Help says, though the NASB has more literal renderings in its footnotes than in the main text. Tried with Fire says, I'm with you on the not liking study Bibles, You and Me. I also have a 1611 facsimile, and only for $5, for it was at Walmart in 2012. I think in 2011 they brought out a whole bunch of those ones. Bold as a Lion is coming late. No, you have to do some sort of penance. You'll have to read 40 chapters of the Bible before you go to bed tonight. No, I'd hate to punish kids like that. They'll end up hating the Bible. Tribe with Fire says, hey neighbor, it's raining over here. You and Me says, Biblical Heritage Exhibit also makes some really nice historical facsimiles. Okay. Bold says, hi, You and Me. Yeah, it's been rumbling here. I'm way behind in time. Hi, Helg, our Nordic brother in Christ. You and Me says, even the Bishop's Bible went through a process. Yes. Bold as a Lion says, Dan, looks like he worships little g gods by looking at his walls. I think it's just his way of public relations, trying to look cool. He's into the comics and dorky sort of things like that, which is fine, but it's, what's that got to do with the Bible? Holy Stream Guard says, so a literal translation does not necessitate verbal positional identicality. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's like, well, if you're translating anything, you want it to be accurate. You don't like the whole concept of having a paraphrase or dynamic equivalence. I mean, that's new. I mean, having idioms, that's fine. They've been around since day dot. But the whole dynamic equivalent type of thing, that's just a new fad from Eugene Nida. Okay, so I'll shut that page down. Let's continue.
A 1602 edition of the Bishop's Bible, and all the translators did was scribble changes into the margins. Here is
that's all they did. So the first rule is like use the Bishop's Bible, and they printed like 40 of these so people could write in the margin. But the thing is too, even the one that he's showing, there are people who are studying this stuff apart from Nolan and a bunch of other guys who are saying that they think that this is actually done after the work of 1611 and is not something that the translators used for the finished work. And so it could be misinformation as well. So very interesting. If you go through Brian Ross's videos, he talks a lot about this. Chris Yetzer, he's very interesting to talk to about this issue.
Image of a page from one of the Bibles that was handed out to the translation companies for them to alter. They gathered them up, and then somebody generated a manuscript from that.
So all they did was just cross it out and write something next to it. And it's like, no. So what about the 10 guys doing this type of thing? What about them amalgamating all that into one? What about that sending that off to the other 50 guys? What about all the other learned men in the land can be consulted? What about all the other church men who know the original languages or who are experts in certain topics in the Bible? They can be consulted as well. And what about the final oversight committee going through and smoothing things out? He doesn't talk about any of that, does he? He's just like, well, they just sat around with a Bishop's Bible and crossed things out. He's either being deliberately misleading, which means he's lying to us, or he's just completely ignorant. Either way, he's just wrong.
The King James Version is not a high-quality translation. It's not.
It's not a high-quality translation. So the Bible societies were like, hey, guys, we can't better the King James. It's the best. Let's make all the language Bibles in the world like that. So that's what the Bible societies were doing for 100 years. But no, Dan seems to know better. He's like, it's not a quality translation. That's just, it's just ridiculous. This shows you he's either biased or he's illiteracy.
Not an up-to-date translation.
Yes, up to date. It's a 400-year-old book, so of course it's not up to date. And King James people acknowledge that. TR people acknowledge that. We have reading lists, we have archaic word lists, and we talk about these things all the time. It's not like a mystery.
It is not a textually reliable.
It's not textually reliable. So 99.99% of the church used the Byzantine text. So apparently that's all wrong, and we have to go with Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, two weirdo manuscripts that weren't used, weren't copied, weren't translated up until just recently. And it's like, and weren't known. Like, how many people in the world knew of these? How many people knew of Sinaiticus up until 1844? Hardly anyone. Like, if they really are old, I have my doubts. But I think that's a modern day forgery. That's my presupposition there. I don't have until they chemically test it or XRF test it. I think we're all going by faith with the dating of that. Vaticanus, Erasmus said it was a modern day manuscript of his time, probably about 100 years old. He said it was a back translation from a Latin document. If that's true, these can be proven just to be that. But see, the thing is, they're saying, oh no, it's way older. And it's like, well, but were they used? Who was using these? Is there any proof that these were used, copied, churches used? Where are the church communities that say, yes, that was my favorite memory verse, or early church writers just quoting it verbatim, or a translation into any language of there's just nothing. But you see the Byzantine text translated everywhere. You see it used everywhere. You see commentaries of it everywhere. Everyone was using the Byzantine text. It was spread around everywhere. This whole embarrassment of riches argument used by the critical text side only works with the Byzantine text. It doesn't work with the critical text. But when James White says, he's talking about Islam, he has to bring up this Islam thing and all the rest of it to have his story. And he's like, we had our text spread around everywhere. And who could change that text? If everyone's got a copy, you can't go to each individual church and change it because it's everywhere. But he's talking about the Byzantine text, isn't he? Because his text wasn't everywhere. Vaticanus and Sinaiticus were just in Alexandria, apparently. And then they were just unknown for like 1,500 years, apparently. And it's like, what is that? The text that God wanted his church is thriving and going through persecution and going through Trinitarian controversies, and there are whole civilizations being converted to Christianity, but all the way through they just had the wrong Bible, and the real Bible was sitting on the shelf there somewhere, but no one had access to it. And I guess God was just holding it back, It's like, wouldn't you think that the true word of God is the one that the church used, not the one that's just sitting on the shelf and has weirdo, strange, bizarre readings in it? Anyway.
Translation. The only reason that the King James Version continues to be enjoyed by a lot of people is because of the style, because they...
No, that's a lie. One of the main reasons that people use the King James is because it is accurate, 100% accurate, and people use it because it doesn't have the strange, weird, Gnostic, Arian, Unitarian type readings of these modern versions. And it has all the verses in there. It has the 2,900 Greek words that are missing from these Bibles in there that are translated faithfully. It has the 8,000 changed words in the Greek, like unchanged and translated faithfully, but also all the other problems of just bringing things over into English properly, like only begotten, like monogenes that we're talking about. They're brought over faithfully. And so it is an accurate translation. That's why most people use. Like when I talk to people, I'm like, why would you use the King James? It's like, well, look, I'd rather have the accurate, the good stuff, and have to peel back a layer here and there, like to understand it, than to have the rubbish. It's a bit like, imagine if you went to the butcher and you got the best quality organic, meat that you can possibly get. It costs a little bit more. You have to work on it a little bit more. Maybe the butcher's is a little bit further out of the way. You have to travel there. Or you could just get the slop that's just from the local supermarket that's full of hormones, antibiotics, and steroids, and you're going to eat it and you're going to start getting estrogen problems, and it's going to give you a headache instantly. And it's like, which one do you want? I would prefer the organic one, even though it's a little bit harder to get, and I'd rather probably go hungry than eat the other slop. And that's what I find when I'm reading NIV, ESV, I'm just like instant headache. Like, oh no, they mistranslated that. Oh, here's another weird Gnostic reading squeezed in there. Oh, here's James White's favorite little story. Oh, that's what I see in those, because that's what they are. It's what I'm seeing is it's not a phantom. This is reality. I've been studying this for years and years and years. I know my stuff, and I'm just looking at it going, man, like I get to the point where I wouldn't even give someone an ESV. I'd rather them have nothing than go through and get the mistranslation, like to read through and go, oh, so someone who gets raped have to marry their rapist. That's what it says in the ESV, in the NIV. Like, it doesn't say that in the King James. And so what am I, like, it's like giving someone the Wicked Bible or something. Like, thou shalt commit adultery. It's like, they're just going to mock the Bible. That's why so many people are unbelievers nowadays, because these Bibles are unbelieving Bibles. They are filled with error, and they are turning people into Bart Ehrmans. That's why there's so many weirdo Bart Ehrman types around, because this is what's happening. And then they go to the dictionaries that back these up that are made by pretty much the same people, and it's like, oh, it really does mean that. And then they get told, people like me are dangerous and in a cult and we're King James onlyists, and so that is a bridge they burn, and they never think about coming to a Textus Receptus position. And so they close all the doors to truth, and then they're just left in agnostic land, and they're like, well, I guess I'll still go to church, but I don't really believe that stupid book. And that's what's happening. And people are like, I went to seminary and studied and studied and studied, and I became an unbeliever. There's something wrong. Like, I've studied and studied and studied, and I'm becoming a stronger believer.
Imagine that it represents some kind of literary or prose high water mark in English literature. And that is itself a product of a historical accident, and primarily the First and Second Great Awakenings. If you want to better understand what the biblical authors were trying to communicate, get yourself a more recent translation. I would recommend the updated edition of the New Revised Standard Version.
Okay, so let's look at the one he's promoting. Okay, so New Revised Standard Version, updated edition. Okay, so this is just like the most disgusting Bible. Like I would probably want to give someone a Jehovah's Witness Bible rather than this, because at least people will know it's from a cult. Where with this, it's like, oh, it's from, it's ecumenical, it's from 50 scholars, they just try and make out that it's orthodox. Okay. Now let's just look at what Wikipedia says. Okay, New Revised Standard Version. So updated edition. Okay. Here's their page. So the National Council of Churches, I remember it was Billy Graham said the National Council of Churches is going to nominate the Antichrist. That was in 1948. He said that. It was only like 10 years later. He was just as bad as them. He was with the Pope, and he was an absolute heretic. If you don't know that, you really should. And they've got the Catholic edition, of course. So when we look at this edition, maybe I can type in Knust. No, it doesn't have her there. Maybe I can just type in Jennifer Knust. Jennifer Knust. Okay, so this is the principal editor of this Bible that he's promoting. So it says Knust and Michael W. Holmes were the New Testament general editors. Okay, so the main people involved. Now, I'm going to show you this YouTube clip of Jennifer Knust. It usually just comes up straight away. Hopefully it does again. Knust. And I'll just, this one here. I'll just play 3 minutes of this and you'll see what type of person Jennifer.
Correct. I'm not sure I can do it in an.
Good evening. My name is Tyler Sitt. I am one of the leaders of the LGBTQ ministry of Marsh Chapel. On behalf of the chapel, I would like to welcome you to the second of 4 lectures in our lecture series this year, Outlook, Shedding Light on the LGBT Community and Culture. Last Tuesday, we were joined by Dr. Henderson of the Classical Studies Department in the lecture on homosexuality in ancient Greece. The dialogue continues tonight with a lecture on what the Bible does not say on homosexuality. I want to thank you in advance for being a gracious audience by silencing your cell phones, and of course saving questions and comments for the Q&A which will follow the lecture. Tonight, the LGBTQ ministry is honored to welcome Dr. Jennifer Knust to the podium. Dr. Knust is a specialist in the literature and history of ancient Christianity, with particular interest in the transmission and reception of sacred texts, and in the importance of gendered discourses to the production of an early Christian identity. Dr. Knust has been a member of the BU faculty since 2005. She has a PhD from Columbia University, has taught at the College of the Holy Cross, and has held fellowships from the Radcliffe Institute, the American Council of the Learned Society, and the National Endowment for the Humanities. Her book, Abandoned to Lust, Sexual Slander and Ancient Christianity, examines sexualized vocabulary of Christian authors and places it within a political context. She has also written several essays and journal articles about ancient views of sexuality, theories of sacrifice, and religious violence. She's currently working on a new book about sex and the Bible. She is also an ordained minister in the American Baptist Church USA. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Dr. Knust.
Sorry, I'm muting myself there. This is the main editor of the Bible that he's promoting. So they're speaking at an LGBT community. And so she's about to tell you that homosexuality is not mentioned in the Bible at all, positively or negatively.
Thank you very much. I really want to extend a special thank you to the LGBTQ Ministries group for inviting me here.
LGBTQ whatever ministries.
Especially to Angelo, where are you? Somewhere in here. And there you are. And Liz Douglas, somewhere. Hi, Liz. And Tyler, whom we just heard from, and Kim also from BU Today, who wrote the article for today, which has me rather nervous and my mother very pleased. But I'm so thank you for that. And also to Dean Hill for his continuing support of this group and his fine work at the Marsh Chapel. I should say that when I'm trying to address a topic about what the Bible does not say about homosexuality is actually a huge topic. I could never possibly cover this topic in an hour, so forget it. You know, it's not, because to my mind, the question of what the Bible does or does not say about homosexuality or sexuality at all is a complex question that we should be asking not only about same-sex pairing, but opposite or cross-sex pairings and how those are presented in biblical books as well. So I couldn't possibly cover that. As Tyler mentioned, I am writing a book right now that's trying to cover that, and I've written, I think, about 80 pages at this point, and that's probably not even a third of what the book is going to be. So I don't think you want to hear me read to you 80 pages of what I've written so far, so we're not going to do that. What you're getting tonight is a snapshot of what the Bible does not say about homosexuality as opposed to a full-blown discussion. So with that in mind, I'm not going to try to cover everything, but there will, I hope, I have my watch here, I'm going to try to keep an eye on it, so there will be time for questions and answers at the end of the discussion, and you should feel free to ask anything that you want. Because we do have a short time, I want to tell you what my argument is going to be. I just want to foreground my argument.
So just give it another minute and she'll explain.
Right away so that you know where I'm coming from. Okay, so it's right on your handout, so I'm just going to read my 3 points. Okay, point 1. What people today might mean when they hear or say the word homosexuality has very little to do with how those who wrote biblical books understood same-sex pairings. Arguably, then, the Bible says nothing at all about homosexuality. Okay, that's point 1.
The Bible says nothing at all about homosexuality. Nothing.
You gotta, now I'm gonna have a bunch of proofs at that point, so we're gonna skip ahead to points 2 and 3, which I'm gonna cover together. Point 2. The few statements made in biblical books about same-sex relationships are contradictory and can be interpreted in many ways. There are simply no straightforward sayings either condemning or promoting same-sex love in the Bible. Point 3. Statements about same-sex relationships must be placed within a larger complex of sayings about sexuality in general. When they are, it becomes clear that the Bible does not speak with one voice regarding opposite-sex relationships either. Which will get me, at the very end, to the conclusion, which I'm going to tell you in advance. Okay, somewhere, and this long hand up. The Bible is not a straightforward source of sexual morals, and treating it as such is a mistake. The Bible cannot arbitrate our concerns about sexuality, though biblical books may invite interesting and even helpful reflections on what it is meant to be human and sexual. Sexual desire is something that biblical authors were concerned about, just as we are concerned about this topic today. So that's where I hope to convince you that my conclusion is correct.
Okay, so there you go. The main principal editor of the Bible that Dan McClellan is trying to push is like fully woke as so it just shows you, his discernment just in general, it's just so weird. You and Me says we literally have the translation notes of John Boyce translating for the King, edited by Ward Allen. Yeah, there's even though at Guildford Hall, 1666, the Great Fire of London burned 437 acres of London. And imagine in those days, like trying to get a fire hose to work, it would have been really hard. And so the half of London was burnt to the ground, and Guildford Hall, filled with information about the King James Bible Project, burnt to the ground, and it's just ash. So it's quite amazing that we do have stuff left over from that era. But yeah, there is information. There's enough information to show us that the King James translators were brilliant in what they did, and just even their work itself. You just look at it, and there's the difference between, like Dan saying, it's just full of problems, full of that, like the underlying text is bad, or like everything that he said about it is wrong. From my perspective, it's the best translation. The underlying text is perfect, and there's no issues with it. So we're just coming from absolutely the polar opposite. He's North Pole, I'm South Pole. Buzz Ulact, it's an interesting name, says, thank you, Nick. I was debating one of his cheerleaders on an atheist forum. Appreciate your work. Yeah, I mean, share these videos around. Hopefully we'll stir up the pot a bit. Good work debating those guys in the atheist forums. Yeah, someone's got to do it. Sometimes I go into those places and you end up coming out with a blood nose, but it's like, but it's worth it. There are people, the word of God is powerful and goes into those situations and is light in the darkness. Helg says, not a quality translation. Is he from another planet, from Pluto? Where there are no King James Bibles to check out? A man from Pluto would just be guessing. That must be it. Yeah, well, it's like even secular people, like even like Richard Dawkins is like, well, you're complete illiterate if you haven't read the King James Bible. It's incredible, and like what? Where's he getting this info from? The back of a cereal box? Like what on earth is he? Like he must have just typed this into ChatGPT or something and spat this out. I don't know. But like, who knows where he's getting this info from? Like not even critical text people usually say this. They usually, if you read the front of a Bible, they'll say, this is just an update of the King. They lie, this is just an update of the King James, and in the tradition of Tyndale, and the King James is the best work of prose and all this sort of stuff. And he's just like, it's just trash. It's like, okay. Tribe with Fire says, Helg, I think Pluto was downgraded from being a planet because it did not meet the updated requirements. That's right. He's from, maybe he's from Kolob. Being the former Mormon missionary that he is. I think I just cracked a bit of a funny there. James White pronounces it Yahweh. Yahweh. It sounds so strange, like he's gagging. like when you smell the rubbish bin, you're like, that's the name of their god. It's like, yeah, I do that every time I'm taking the rubbish bin out. I'm like, He is talking about the new Revised Standard Version, UE. Yes. I saw an interview with that version translator, and they said the National Church Council of Churches overruled many of the translation decisions. Yes, because, like, say, Jennifer Knust wanted to get rid of the word homosexuality there in 1 Corinthians chapter 6, and they overruled that. And so she was on the Bart Ehrman program whinging about it. And it's like, they still have it like a tiny little bit of morale. I guess it's like a Jehovah's Witness Bible, and the Jehovah's Witness committee said, no, you can't go that far with saying Jesus is a creation or whatever. Tried with fire, the not really serious version. Yeah, but why on earth would what's his name? Michael Wright or whatever. His name's Wright, MT Wright, or whatever. Is it MT Wright? Famous guy, he's done works with Bud Ehrman and stuff. But why is he doing stuff with Jennifer Knust? Isn't that just called deep compromise? What about the doctrine of separation in the Bible? Flee from heretics and have nothing to do with it. Don't even invite these people into your house and all this sort of stuff. And read 2 John. They probably don't believe that's in the Bible. Who knows? Bold as a lion says, oh, that's a good one, Calvin. I'm borrowing that. Holy Stream says, every time I hear the original Greek says, they always say English. They are lying. I hear this all the time. Yeah, it happens all the time. Bold as a lion says, ha ha ha, Nick said the same thing I did before I heard him say it. Sorry, I'm so out of sync, Nick. I'll try to be quiet. Helg says, what about the Caleb thing? Planet Caleb. Yeah, which planet's he from? Well, he's on this planet for a little while, and I guess he's going to achieve godhood soon. I guess he probably doesn't even believe in all that now. Helg says he's just asked ChatGPT the wrong question. That's the basis for his analysis. Maybe he typed into ChatGPT, can you give me all the wrong answers to this topic, and it just spat it all out. And that's what he's just doing. Maybe he's just gaslighting us. Maybe he's just a comedian or something, and he's going to turn around and say, hey, it was just all a big joke.
And if you would like some scholarship on exactly what's going on with the King James Version, let's take a look at that. A good place to start would be the King James Version at 400, Assessing Its Genius as Bible Translation and Its Literary Influence by Burke, Kutzko, and Towner from 2011. There's a wonderful paper by Seth Lehrer called The King James Version and the Rap.
So he talks about these like he's read through them all. Okay, so I've read quite a lot about the King James from modern authors. I haven't read that one, and I haven't read this article. But, I've read Power and Glory, God's Secretaries, biographies of King James, the Cradle King. I've read most websites about King James translators and what they say, and usually they're quoting relevant parts of books. And anything I can get my hands on about that type of history, even just the history of Queen Elizabeth and Confident Hope of a Miracle, Spanish Armada, just learning the history of that era, just to try and get my head around what was happening in those times. But he quotes these like he's just read through them, and some of them I know wouldn't agree with what he's just said at all. But anyway.
Rapid growth of English.
Okay, so I'll try and read this. It's a bit fuzzy. What place does the King James Bible or the Authorized Version play in this new world of words? Traditional accounts of English linguistic history place the King James Version at the Textus of the innovative and the archaic. Might be the nexus. Yeah, it's a little bit blurry there, but it's just sort of like, read these books,
In the Elizabethan Jacobean era. And I want to start in the paragraph that is in the red box at the bottom. What place does the King James Bible, or the Authorized Version, play in this new world of words? Traditional accounts of English linguistic history place the King James Version at the nexus of the innovative and the archaic. Much of its vernacular, as we well know, was cobbled together out of earlier translations, Tyndale and Coverdale in particular, and by the early 17th century, it was already perceived as old-fashioned.
So notice they use words like cobbled together, not they skillfully used these other translations and extrapolated the best readings. It's like they cobbled them together, like it just, like you got a whole bunch of spare bricks and you're just trying to build a house and it ends up being something that's going to fall down. And then it's like, well, it was only not long after that it's old-fashioned and needs to be thrown out. Well, how come it's like the most famous Bible here in Australia, the most famous Bible in England, most famous Bible in America? Like, how did that happen? And it happened organically. You know what I mean? Like people were going, there were other alternatives that turned up, the Douay Rheims and stuff like that. But, other people came out with Bibles, but people were still going with the King James. And the thing is, yes, there's some old-fashioned things, but this is his main thing. The old-fashioned thing is a truth, and people have to acknowledge that that's truth. But he's just like, it's old-fashioned. Even like 150 years later or whatever he says, it's old-fashioned then. It's like, okay, there would have been some differences, but we can understand the vast majority of it. So anyway, let's continue.
Certain grammatical uses, in particular the th suffix for the third person singular verb, and the grammatical gendering of particular nouns. For example, in the phrase, if the salt have lost his savor, were perceived by contemporaries as unrepresentative of everyday spoken usage. It is important to see how the perceptions of biblical archaism changed over time. By the middle of the 18th century, scholars and divines had come to find the language of the Authorized Version old.
It's so weird because if you actually go to the Westcott and Hort text, they're not that concerned with the updating of language. They use a lot of old archaic style language. It's mostly they're sneaking in this never seen before Greek text underneath it, but they still use archaic terminology. And so it's after that they're like, oh, you got to have the most updated thing, and you got to have the kid who can't read on the school bus, he's got to be able to read it too, and so you got to dumb it down to their level and all this sort of stuff. And it's like, but the thing is, the King James translators put all this in, like the concept, like I said about Nicodemus, marvel not that I said unto thee, singular, ye, plural, must be born again. So the thee and ye distinction is all the way through that. Thee, thou, thine, thy is all singular, following the Hebrew and the Greek. So in Hebrew, the ata, in the Greek, the su, the you, ye, your, yours, the plural distinction, the Hebrew atem and the Greek humes. This is a distinction that the King James translators purposely kept in there so that you can read the Bible, you can go through, and it's not just something you study where it's like something capitalized or something with a line under it, like some Bibles try and do. They made this as the main church Bible to be read from the pulpit so that people could hear it and understand what's going on. And so modern translations are sort of like, I told you, you must be born again. Who? What, Nicodemus or everyone? The King James Version makes that distinction from the individual to the universal group of people. The ETH ending is not archaic. It's more accurate in a sense where it has, he's saying that ETH, like I'm talking about in the time of 1611. He's claiming that ETH was on its way out and therefore it's inferior. The truth is that ETH, third person singular ending, serves a grammatical function that the S doesn't perform. The phonetic distinction in 1611, the final E was pronounced. Speaks versus speaketh created a syllabic distinction for meter and clarity in public reading. So what do they call it? It's something like the dynamic meter or something like that. I'm saying it wrong, I know I am, but it was the rhythm of the words, and that's why people often say, I still remember the King James Version memory verses from when I was a kid, but all the NASB, I don't remember any of it, sort of thing. And that's because the King James was written in a rhythmic type of way, so it's easier to remember and easier to keep in your mind. And so there were distinctions that the King James translators used back in their day to make things absolutely 100% accurate. And so You and Me says the Revised Standard Version was really controversial when it came out. I think that's where they changed an Old Testament prophecy and said Jesus will be born of a virgin. Yeah, they said a young girl shall be with child instead of a virgin, which is so bizarre. It's like just put in a heretical reading in your Bible. And even critical text people were burning that Bible. A Baptist preacher burned it. Yeah, there we go. Or a page, I think. They used the KJV at the Queen's funeral, not a modern version. Yeah, that's interesting. And, Trump's come out with the King James Version. It's like, but apparently we're just going to throw it out. Throw it out the window is the name of his video. Okay, so let's continue.
And lo, Anthony Purver's Quaker Bible of 1764 concluded with a long list of obsolete terms from the King James Version, and yet, a century or so later, many of these words were brought back into use by literary and political writers seeking the patina of biblical authority. For example, among the words listed by Purver as archaic in the mid-18th century, the following were brought back into currency in the mid-19th: avenge, eschewed, laden, ponder, unwittingly, and warfare. These perceptions were only part of the early reaction to the King James Version. Hugh Brofton famously considered it.
This Hugh Burton, he's the guy who was talking about, who's like, wasn't invited on the translation committee.
Ill done. And John Selden, one of the most accomplished Hebraists of the Jacobean period, while he considered its translation excellent at the literal level, objected to the unidiomatic quality of its style. It rendered the Bible's language, he said, into English words rather than into English phrases. It is also true that the King James Version did not immediately supersede other English Bibles. The Geneva Bible.
And so basically it's just a long list of complaints. And it's like, but not just complaints, but complaints by like radical people like, so Hugh Broughton, he criticized it. He wanted a completely new translation. Okay, so I'm sure that when the Hampton Court Conference happened, that it was, who was it who said, he ended up being one of the main guys, Bancroft, I think it was. He said, like, if everyone had their way, there'd be just translations everywhere, sort of thing. And I think he was actually talking about Hugh Broughton because he wanted to do a new translation. But when you looked at the way that he translated things, it's weird. It's like Young's literal translation. How many people are reading that? Like, maybe just out of curiosity, you'd check a few things, but it's like, he just wanted to just have this weird, he was having these weird Hebrew insertions into words. It's a bit like getting, someone from the Black Hebrew Israelites to have, Yehoshua, as the name of Jesus or something. It's like, he just had weird things like that in his methodology of translation. But here he's just quoted as, just a critic of the King James. No, he was a weirdo. He was a weirdo who got rejected by the whole committee. And so, famously he said this and that, and it's like, he was just simply wrong. John Selden's objection, Selden said it rendered words rather than phrases. So this is a complaint about literalism, not about archaic terminology. So it seems like Dan McClellan is conflating these concepts, but he's just throwing in a whole bunch of issues here by reading this. So let's continue.
originally printed in 1560, remained popular, especially among the Puritans, and it was reprinted until 1644. It was not until the restoration of Charles II in 1660 that the King James Version was effectively asserted as the Bible. Further, while the King James...
So that's quite silly, because the Geneva Bible has massive amount. It's like a study Bible. It has a massive amount of marginal notes, okay? So it's a bit like if I brought out a Bible version and it had MacArthur study Bible notes and it became really popular, but then 50 years later, they're like, look, we don't want those study notes. We don't want all that stuff in there. We just want to do an edition that's different. And like, you can't be accused of just hating the translation. It's got a bunch of study notes. It's two things. It's not just a Bible translation. And so it had marginal notes that are wrong. I don't follow those marginal notes. And it also had contradictions in the main Bible text in the Geneva, which the King James fixed. And so it is a better text, but it is still a good text, the Geneva Bible. But we don't. Why should we have to go with these marginal notes? And so the King James was just like, let's just create just the Bible. That's it. None of these marginal notes and all the rest of it, and opinions of men just in the Bible. But it still had, lots of tables, 50 pages of genealogies in the King James. It had, the translators to the reader, the dedication to the king, and all this other stuff. But and so it did have a lot of stuff. But when it came to the main text, it was mostly just a text. Every now and then it might just say, well, the Hebrew literally says this. But what they're actually saying is, yes, in a lexicon it says that, but in context, it's obviously how we've translated it, because they were fluent in languages. They were fluent in the Hebrew, they were fluent in the Greek, they were fluent in the English, and they could bring that across. So they're just letting people know that you might have formally read this in the Geneva or the Bishops or Tyndale or whatever as this way, but this is the lexical definition, but this is how we've translated it, because this is the contextual definition. And so, okay, let's continue.
James Version did inform the texture of John Milton's poetry and John Bunyan's prose by the end of the 17th century, and importantly, the idioms of their contemporary American poet Anne Bradstreet. It is not until the 19th that what David Norton has called aviolatry began to shape the English-speaking world's worship of this text. And let's take a look at David Norton's comments there. From the King James Bible, A Short History from Tyndale to Today. In the red box, the newfound admiration of the King James Bible's language and its literary qualities, combined with a sense that the century's attempt at literary revision had been a failure to create the idea that the King James Bible was a literary revision of its predecessors. And we're talking about the 18th and early 19th century. One of the many works arguing for a new translation alleged that improvement of the language was one of the main motives which led King James to order a new translation. For the earlier translators, either the Geneva translators or the bishops, appeared so well to have understood the scriptures that little more than the language of it was altered by the translators in King James' time. Moreover, as admiration became customary, so the travails of the King James Bible and even the persistent criticism of it through the first half of the century were forgotten, and people began to believe that the King James Bible's merits were immediately perceived and caused it to be an instant success.
So they have this thing like, it wasn't instantly like a bestseller, that like this is a projection from, people who would be like on the ESV, sales committee, or Logos Bible Software, which is a Catholic group, and they sell the Pope's material as well, and Bart Ehrman's material. Good on them. Good job, guys, promoting Christianity with Bart Ehrman. Great. Thanks, Mark Ward. Faith Life. I would just, why don't we just come out and say it's a cult, like a Logos Bible Software cult software. If you really want to get messed up, get into Logos. But when you're going through this, it's like, well, it wasn't instantly successful. And so, people try and make out that it was. And, and then it wasn't until 50 years later when all that's forgotten that people are like, oh, well, this is all we've got, this type of thing. He mentioned John Bunyan. John Bunyan turned around and said that the King James Bible is accurate and akin to the original Greek and Hebrew. So he was a King James only guy back then, John Bunyan, who wrote Pilgrim's Progress. I mean, like these guys, they weren't using the Geneva after a while. They were like, the King James is superior. People go, well, on the Mayflower, they only had the Geneva. Actually, if you go to the museum of the Mayflower, they had a King James Bible on the Mayflower. So they had the Geneva and the King James. They took them both. And so people just like these stories there's just an attack on the King James. They just like to belittle it, make out that it was just weird and people really were suspicious of it and all this sort of stuff. And they just have all these stories that just really don't match up with reality.
In the words of another advocate of revision, it was a happy consequence of this acknowledged excellence of the King James Bible that the other versions fell immediately into disrepute, are no longer known to the generality of the people, and are only sought after by the curious. All these ideas have proved tenacious, and sometimes the argument that the King James Bible was a literary revision has been powerfully made. Much of the story of the King James Bible's reputation after the 1760s is taken up with praise, sometimes judicious, sometimes taken to rhetorical excess, along with barbolatry, what I have called aviolatry, authorized versionolatry, became the norm. Let's take another look.
So this whole thing of authorized version idolatry, no, it just people recognize it was superior. Like the Bible societies went, this is the best Bible that you can get. So obviously anyone would say the Bible societies was filled with scholars, filled with people who knew languages. They're doing translation work into foreign language. They were to create Bibles that were like the King James. That's why all the Bibles up until the Westcott and Hort era were like the King James, because that was the only real text. But then all of a sudden you got this new ShamWow weird thing created by Westcott and Hort heretics and Unitarians. And it's like, then you got all these problems. And so I'll just go through some of these comments. Where are we? Okay, we've got quite a few. Embryo says, hard to believe this man actually has a following. I can't keep up with the lies coming out of his mouth. No wonder people were so brainwashed. 2 Timothy 3:13, yes. Excellent scripture, Embryo. Lee Johnson says, the King James Version is just another translation with many errors. A lot of people say that, but when we ask, where is this error that they're talking about, usually they're embarrassed and have to leave the room. Lee Johnson says, serious students of the Bible incorporate many translations. You can do that until they contradict each other. And it's like, oh, why is the ESV saying this? Or why is the ESV wrong and on one place? And then when it's got exactly the same Hebrew or even the same Greek, it's wrong and it has a different translation of it because they don't even match up with themselves at times, let alone with the NIV or ESV or, ESV, I said ESV or NASB. Many times these modern Bibles contradict themselves. And so they're all over the place. That's why we stick with a Bible that doesn't have any silly contradictions. Bryson says the King James Bible has no errors. It's perfect. And I would back that up and say, yeah, I've studied this for years and years and years. I've read the best that everyone has to offer, the Bart Ehrmans, James Whites, Dan Wallace's, Mark Ward's, and I'm like, who else can I find? Who else has got any goods out there that can show me where this apparent error is that they keep talking about? Lee says, if you stick with KJV only, that would be the first mistake. Okay. I think it's the best decision that someone can make, because why would you have two contradictory Bibles? What's the point in that? When, say, the New King James says something completely opposite to the Old King James, why would you go with that? Like even when the King James has a print error, like the Wicked Bible, thou shalt commit adultery. I don't want to read that one. I want the accurate one. But let alone when something's been mistranslated, like these modern Bibles are so bad that like half of these translators are illiterates. Exactly, Bryson. The King James has thousands, not just a few errors now, it's thousands of errors. Man, okay, well, mate, you know, I run the Textus Receptus website. I'm dealing with this stuff all the time. I get asked questions every day from people. What about this verse? What about that verse? I'm reading through material, you know, that clearly showed this is not an error. It just shows you this person's illiterate, doesn't know this language, or doesn't know the English, or is just parroting something they heard from Dan Wallace. Or one error is 1 Timothy 3:16. Okay, let's run with that. Let's just show Lee Johnson. So I'm going to put this on the big screen. You might have read the King James Only Controversy by James White. Now, if you go to 1 Timothy 3:16, it has the word God there, and it's theos in the Greek. Now, it says God was manifest in the flesh, theos. Now, the Westcott and Hort text changed that to os, which if you get os and you take the line out of theos, it can look like an O, and the nominus sacra line above that, it can fade, you know, and so they think it says os, which means who, but that would create a massive blunder called a solecism. So it creates, it has a predicate without a subject, which is a Greek grammatical error, which is called a solecism. And it's probably the biggest solecism in the whole Nestle Alarm text, which having a predicate without a subject is something that a schoolboy wouldn't make that type of mistake. It's just a huge error. Now, Westcott and Hort, they popularized the theory that this was a song that Paul broke out into, because they said it was a solecism. They said there's definitely an error there. How do we fix that? And they're like, well, he grabbed the guitar and started singing. Who appeared in a body? And this who he thing was invented because it's such an abrupt change, because the Greek flows in a certain way, and you have this massive error. So they had to fix it somehow, have to have an excuse for it. But guess who agrees with me on this? James White. Let me just go there. If you go to the index and go to 1 Timothy, this is quite amazing. This is absolutely textbook hilariousness. 261. So I'm trying to talk and read at the same time. Never works. End up speaking rubbish. Okay, so 261 here. It says here, God was manifest in the flesh, and it has the NIV and the King James next to each other. Now it says there is much to be said in defending the King James rendering of 1 Timothy 3:16 as God was manifest in the flesh. Listen, this is James White. In fact, I prefer this reading and feel it has sufficient support in the Greek manuscripts. Listen to this. I also can agree with the majority of the comments made on the topic long ago by Dean Burgon. So he agrees with me, with Dean Burgon, with King James onlyists, Textus Receptus guys, King James prefer, whatever you want to slander us as or label us as, whatever. And so then he just goes on and says, well, you know, people who say who, that, you know, it's just a technicality, and he sort of explains that, but he's saying he prefers the reading of Theos. So are you going against James White, are you? Bring up James White and see what he says. So isn't that amazing? So the first thing, 1 Timothy 3:16, it's an error. Well, James White is actually against you on that. Not a good choice. Bryson says, what's the error? It says the King James takes out the tetragrammaton. That in itself is thousands of words. Oh yeah, the tetragrammaton. So when you're translating, like say the early church, say someone like Paul, who knew Hebrew very well, and he was writing the scriptures, we would all agree with that. And he was writing in Greek. What word did he use when he was quoting the Hebrew for Jehovah? He was using the word kurios, wasn't he? Which means Lord. So I guess you could say Paul took the tetragrammaton out of the New Testament. Because the Tetragrammaton doesn't appear anywhere in the New Testament, does it? So I guess all of those authors who were quoting Old Testament quotes with Jehovah in it, they were all committing some sort of sin according to you. So when the King James does the same thing, just has Lord there, or equivalent to Greek kurios, are they committing a sin? No. They're just copying the methodology of the early church and the early church writers who were inspired by God to write these scriptures. So you're actually saying God has this problem. It's like, no, you're just wrong. So number 2, 1 Timothy 3:16, sorry, no gold star for you. You get a red cross, and no Tetragrammaton, that is not taken out. It is faithfully put in as Lord, because that's what the early church did. That's what Paul did. That's what Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, people like that did that. And so they wrote their Bibles in Greek. Holy Stream Guard says anyone who uses many translations, it is because they do not believe any one of them then is the word of God. Yeah, why would you? Like, I understand if someone's looking for clarification, or it's like, oh, that's worded differently, and they read something, I can understand that. But half the time you go in there and it's a completely different word. It's like, it should be saying green and saying red, or, like some of these verses are so bad. Like, you should just put toxic with skull and crossbones on the front of the Bible and say, don't go there. They're so bad. They're just like Jehovah's Witness Bibles. I don't go there for my spiritual nourishment. I go there to go, well, let's prove this wrong. Bryson says the New Testament takes out the Tetragrammaton is a New Testament in it. Exactly my point. So it's just logic. Bryson saw it. I'm seeing it. 1 Timothy 3:16 replaces the word hos with theos. Okay, well, Dean Burgon, James White. So the majority of manuscripts have theos there. There's no grammatical error if you have theos there. What's the mystery of godliness if who appeared in the body? Because it actually doesn't say he appeared in the body. It says who appeared in the body. And that's why it's so weird. It's even abrupt in the English. That's why they have to have who, he. Because it's like, oh, let's just squeeze a he in there, and now it's become he appeared in the body, But, okay, great is the mystery of godliness. Moses appeared in a body, or, okay, I've appeared in a body. What's the big deal? No, God. That's the mystery of godliness. God appeared in, your verse without this is the biggest blunder in the Greek. It's a solecism. Westcott and Hort admitted it's a solecism. They had to make up the hymn theory that Paul broke out into a rock and roll tune in the middle of it because it's so abrupt. Grabbed the distorted guitar and started singing a Slayer song or something. And James White's like, yeah, they've actually got a really good argument for that, and I agree with it. So you haven't got a leg to stand on. What does hos mean? It means who. Any place you take out the tetra, it's not only an error but a violation. So God inspired the New Testament authors to do that. So like, you're just digging a hole here, dude. You don't know much. I'm assuming maybe you're a Jehovah's Witness or something. Hos means who or he. Boulder's Line says, sounds like Lee Johnson needs to study to show himself approved to God. 1 John 5:7 is a violation. Why would it be a violation? Jerome in 400 said that unfaithful translators were taking it out, inadvertently saying it's in the Greek. People who are translating it into Latin are unfaithfully taking out the Father, the Word, and the Spirit, and they're only leaving the Spirit, the water, and the blood. And so that's exactly what was happening. And it was in the Greek in his day. So clearly we have this representation of Jerome saying this in about the year 400. So it's not a violation of anything. And we have a lot of church writers saying this. Cyprian, in about 250, he talks about the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit, and he says, and these three are one. He's pretty much quoting the Comia Henium, and he's relating it to Matthew. And so the King James is just another translation. Okay, well, you think that. I just think you're wrong. It is an accurate translation, and I've just proved you wrong on several things. Bryson says, so when the Jews take it out of the Psalms and Isaiah, are they wrong? For there are many places in which they could have used the name but didn't. And that's the thing. I mean, a lot of people just have Hashem, or they have Adonai. Like a lot of people would just say Adonai. Okay. And so now I've got no problem with saying Jehovah or Yehovah, however you want to pronounce it. There's a lot of people who go, oh, the J wasn't there. It's like, yeah, well, it's anglicized. We're English-speaking people. We say James, not Jacobus. Helga says, it sounds very contradictory that we today are in an age of declining reading ability. There should be an era of very good reading ability. Leland Ryken said, in this context, we do indeed need simplified translations for some early readers en route to more accurate and more defined translations as an ultimate goal. The fallacy is that of assuming impaired readers to be the norm. Yeah, it's a dumbing down of things. Lee Johnson says, serious Bible studies incorporate many translations, yet to look at where they're wrong. Like, yeah, I do that. I look at what the Geneva says, the bishops, many times they're in agreement with the King James. Sometimes I might look at Textus Receptus editions and go, okay, well, that's how they word it. But I also do spot a lot of errors in all of these. I don't ever spot errors in the King James. And whenever I've thought there's an error, I usually study it until I'm educated on it and go, oh, I was just illiterate and now I'm not. And yeah, King James is right again. Whoops. That's what's happened for the last 30 years. Helg says, for readers of the English Bible, is assuming an impaired readers to be the norm for readers of the English Bible. Yes. Bryson says, hos just means which or who in Greek. Yeah, the he there is imposed. He says the Bible says out of the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses. Now that's talking about humans, not 2 or 3 versions of the Bible, like the ESV and the NIV and the Jehovah's Witness Bible, I guess. The King James Version is a violation of Proverbs 30 verse 6. No, the King James follows Proverbs 36. It follows Deuteronomy chapter 4. Well, we're not adding or subtracting anything. We've got all the words of God. You and Me says there's a difference between simply a different translation and a different underlying text. Bryson says it makes no sense in 1 Timothy 3:16 as hos because it contradicts the feminine of godliness in Greek when hos is masculine while the theos align perfectly grammatically in the text. There's no solecism if you have the Textus Receptus reading. The Byzantine reading is like everywhere. It's I think it's over 90% of the manuscript evidence is all theos everywhere. But of course, Vatican is Sinaiticus. I think even Sinaiticus has the reading, but it's a corrected reading. Holy Stream Guard says, serious Bible students know the difference between transactions and transactions and translations. Okay. I don't use the King James Version. I will use the New King James. Okay. So you're using something that is similar to the King James, but just has updates, but mistakes with it. So, okay. It's like you're coming to us saying, okay, I'm just going to have this bowl of soup with flies in it. And we're like, okay, well, it's your choice, but there are flies in it. We're just pointing them out. And you're like, there's no flies in this as you're gobbling it down in front of us. The King James Version is just another translation. You've said that a few times. So which one is the best? Are you allowed to discern that? I mean, if I was to get all the editions of, say, the Odyssey and put them all together, surely there would be one that scholars go, yeah, this is the best edition in English. So how come we can't say that of English Bibles? And, if someone says that of the Odyssey, do I just go, oh, no, that's just one edition. You should read all the editions of the Odyssey. It's like, well, surely there's just one best translation. Bryson Bishop says, again, did Jesus and his apostles violate it when he says Lord instead of Jehovah in the New Testament? Yeah, that's a really good question. And he's not answering this because it's completely unanswerable. You and me, the owner of this channel, has an updated version of the King James Version. So you're attacking a position almost no one here holds. Yeah. So King James Version is violated. You've already said that. In 1 Timothy, the Greek word is hos, only in Vaticanus Sinaiticus and a handful of others. Alexandrinus actually has theos there, but the lines have faded. The custodians of that manuscript documented that very well from the time that was given to King James himself from the Patriarch of Constantinople. No, the KJV is the perfect word of God in English, says Bryson. Lee says they replaced it with theos. They replaced it now. Okay, so it's a conspiracy theory here. So he's obviously not in agreement with James White, the King James only controversy guy. Bryson says no, the Greek words in the majority text are Greek manuscripts. Lee says 1 Timothy 3:16 contradicts 1 John 4:12. Let's have a look at that. I haven't heard this argument. Maybe I have, but 1 John 4:12 says, oh, no one's ever seen God. So obviously you don't think Jesus is God. Okay. You and me, Lee Johnson, it's just spouting. Lee Johnson is just spouting James White talking points we've all heard a million times, and we've already refuted. The Greek has hos, not theos. The KJV at 1 Timothy 3:16 contradicts 1 John 4:12. Bryson says John 1:18 and Abraham seeing God manifest before him. You and me says this same exact person already did this once here in the comments. Okay. They just kept repeating God has, oh, it's not that. Okay, so maybe I should just block this guy. KJ he's just repeating the same stuff. He's not interacting. So how about okay, yeah, probably. He's looking to be blocked, isn't he? Yeah. Anyone who reduces God to Jesus doesn't know who God is. Yes, he is a Unitarian of sort. So I had to kick him from the chat. Yeah, okay. So I'm just going to boot him. I'll put him in timeout. We'll see how that works. Okay. That's better. So I know you guys were all answering his stuff. I won't go through all those comments. Yeah, let's just stop it there, the comment reading. And from Bryson's one there. And let's continue.
In the King James Bible after 400 years, literary, linguistic, and cultural influences by Hamlin and Jones, and their introduction, which we see beginning here, goes on to say, the scholars involved were the most learned men in the country, expert in ancient languages. Some, like Andrews himself, were also brilliant writers, though, as David Norton has pointed out, the translators seem to have been little concerned with literary style. They were primarily concerned, rather, with accuracy.
No, they were concerned with accuracy and literary style. To anyone saying that they weren't concerned with literary style they just are illiterate in this topic. It's just a fact. That's like saying Shakespeare didn't want things to rhyme. It's like your head just goes, who's saying it? Who is making this rubbish up?
As most Bible translators had been before them. The King James Bible translators recognized the achievements of scholars from Tyndale on. Thus, as the translators to the reader declared, we never thought from the beginning that we should need to make a new translation, nor yet to make of a bad one a good one. For then the imputation of Sixtus had been true in some sort, that our people had been fed with gall of dragons instead of wine, with whey instead of milk. But to make a good one better, or out of many good ones, one principal good one, not justly to be accepted against. This statement of intent is also an accurate description of the result, which is not new for the most part, but a compilation and recension of.
It's not like if you do a Bible translation, it's a new book. It's a new translation. Like if we have the Odyssey and it's in Greek, and then someone translates it into Latin, and then someone translates it into German, and then finally they translate it into English, and there's some good attempts, but there's a few little bits here and there, and then someone just like absolutely nails it. Well, that's sort of what they're saying about the Bible here. It's not like it's a new book. It's gonna, like, it's the same story. It's the same content.
The best of Tyndale, Coverdale, Geneva bishops, and even Reims, with revisions by the translators according to the latest scholarly standards and their own critical judgment. Despite modern aviolatry, Norton's coinage for the near worship of the King James Bible, or Authorized version, from the 19th century on, the King James Bible is not particularly well received in 1611, or for some decades thereafter.
Not well received by people like Hugh Broughton, Widow. It was well received. I can't, like, people keep saying this, and I don't. Norton just makes some general claims, and obviously he dislikes people who like the King James. If people like the King James and they defend the King James, they're into AB olatry. They're authorized version idolaters, and this is just a claim made. Like, obviously, if I was to get the Lord of the Rings, if I was into that book series, which I'm not really, if I was to go, okay, this is the best translation of that into French, does that mean I'm just worshipping that edition? It's just the facts show that it's the best. Like what? So someone can't come to the conclusion that it's the best without being into idolatry? That's just stupid.
The Bishop's Bible, Reynolds would have been happy to know, did disappear, being last printed in 1602, but the Geneva was more popular than ever.
The Geneva wasn't just a translation, it was a full study Bible. And the bishops and the Geneva have mistakes, obvious mistakes. Matthew chapter 1, when you read through it, it has another person in the genealogy there called Jacob. Now, the King James conveniently put a little footnote and said, some say Jacob in there, but it doesn't have it in the King James because it's accurate. That's why they had to do another Bible, because they were like, well, we're seeing these tiny little warts and spots and stuff there. Yes, it's still the vast majority of it, 99.99% of it's fine, but we want to tidy that. We want to make it perfect. And that's exactly what they did. And, praise God for these guys who went before and tried their hardest to do it the best they could. The group of people who did the Geneva Bible, the company of 6 people who did the Bishop's Bible, they did a great job. But the King James guys were just way more superior.
The King James Bible was the Bible now read in English churches, but there was widespread grumbling from all corners about both its scholarship and its style.
When it's saying all corners, it's like, from the people who I've looked at, because I thought, okay, well, Hugh Broughton, he's a critic, and I looked into his way of what he was whinging about, and he's saying, I remember I actually did a video on it, and there were certain words that he wanted to have half sort of English, half Hebrew words. I guess it's, this isn't what he did, but this is sort of like what I can remember it was like. It's like saying the agape love of God or something, and he just had these weird ways of saying things. And it's like, hey, I wouldn't want a translation like that. I don't think anyone would. And that's why they didn't choose him to be on the Authorized Version Translation Committee. And he got bitter about it and was just spewing against the translation. And then it's like, it wasn't accepted everywhere. It's like, well, Bart Ehrman doesn't accept what I'm saying. It doesn't mean that it's false, just because you have critics. And even at the beginning of their work, the translators to the reader, it's like, hey, the best things have been calumniated, meaning the best things have been attacked. We are expecting we will get a full frontal attack from all corners, from the Puritans, from the Catholics, from what was it? They have this word for something, brethren. disjointed brethren, but that's not the word it uses. But yeah, people who are like, they don't like them. They're not even Christians or whatever, and they're just attacking them. They're just going to get attacked everywhere. Whenever you do something good, people will attack on that. And so they are expecting that. And it's like, does that mean it's not good? Like he's just saying this, like they had critics. So, oh, okay. Well, I'm sure that there's someone who is a very nice person right now on the beach picking up rubbish and cleaning up a bit, and I'm sure that someone walks past and goes, "Hey, get out of my way," or they're trying to do a photo shoot and stuff like, "You're in the background collecting rubbish, move," and it's like you go and do good things in life and people hate you. It's what does that mean? What that person is doing is wrong? This is stupid argumentation. Anyway, I'm making myself bitter right here, right now. Live.
Ambrose Usher, brother of the more famous James, Bishop of Armagh, famous for calculating biblically the chronology of the world and also the number of extra sheep required to feed the carnivores on Noah's Ark, criticized the King James Bible as a rushed job, scholarly fast food, in which the cook hasted you out a reasonable sudden meal. Those criticizing the King...
But you have to have proof of that. I mean... to say it's just a rush job. It wasn't like they actually say in the preface, like it didn't take too long, but it wasn't too short either. Like they already had the bishops. They already had a ton of stuff that they can look at and go, oh, well, that's really interesting information. Let's go through and we'll take our time with it. I mean, 7 years for a Bible translation. I mean, a lot of these guys were doing personal work on this. And some of these guys, it was reported that their health suffered because they were trying so hard to work on the Bible project. So some of these guys, it's like that when they had passed away, people were saying they gave themselves to this project. That's part of their biography. But it's just rushed. It's just, who's saying this? But this is just another thing from a half illiterate guy who used to be a Mormon on the internet. And it's like, really, like this is just, but he's reading this stuff. Some of the stuff he was reading, I think it was from Norton. And Norton, he knows quite a bit of stuff. But if you are into Norton, I would say go to Brian Ross's material. He's got like 250 videos, and oftentimes when he's talking about King James issues, he's quoting Norton and explaining where he agrees with him or where he disagrees with him. But Norton's not the be-all, end-all. Norton makes some huge errors. And so...
King James Bible style also included the polymath John Selden, the poet Samuel Butler, and the scientist Robert Boyle, among many others. Even as high a churchman as William Laud continued to use the Geneva Bible long after 1611, and ironically, the King James Bible translators themselves quote from the Geneva.
Because they grew up with it. If you have grown up, you could grow up watching Star Wars, okay, or the first 3 Star Wars movies, okay, from the 1970s onwards. And that's how you grew up. Now, you could even have worked on the Star Wars movies. You could have been there as an actor. You could be, say, Harrison Ford and fully working on it. And maybe you could be the producer of all the stuff that came later. I'm just trying to figure out how to work your story. But it's like you would still reference back to the old movies. You know what I mean? And it's just a knee-jerk reaction. And oftentimes when these guys were preaching, they would still continue to use verbiage that they would use from the Geneva, from the bishops, before the King James was around. So, of course, it's not like, okay, we've done this Bible translation. Like when I'm quoting, I quote the King James all the time. I've done my own translation. I don't quote that all the time. Now, it depends on who's in front of me. Sometimes if I'm talking to someone and I know that they won't understand what I'm saying in the King James language, I mold it to them. Like I will say, I'm just trying to think of a verse. I can't think of anything just coming to mind. But yeah, like say, marvel not that I say unto thee, ye must be born again. I'll say, do not marvel that I say to you, you all must be born again. Like, to me, for someone who would have problems with the King James, or maybe comes from a foreign background, or is not that well educated, that would help them. Okay. So I usually, whoever's in front of me, and if I'm talking to them, I usually go, okay, well, they're on this type of level. I don't want to say something that's way over their head and like, you just have to learn this sort of thing. Yeah, cool, learn all that, but we want to get you saved first. We want to guide you through the basics, and then, but I always say to people, the King James is the most accurate Bible. Just go with that. But anyway, let's just continue. I've sort of rabbit trailed a little bit.
Rather than their own translation in the King James Bible preface, the new.
Yeah, because they didn't have the King James Bible in front of them until then. He's like, but they had to write the preface to put in that Bible. And so what are you going to use? They haven't seen the finished result yet. What? And they've got to already have all that memorized. You've got to be joking me. Like, he doesn't seem to know this. They grew up with the bishops. They grew up with the Geneva. They grew up with the Tyndale, with the Coverdale, etc. But all of a sudden, they've got to erase all that and put the King James in their mind and go, okay, that's the only one I use from now on. And it's like, no, they're just going to use what naturally comes to them. And that these ones naturally came to them. And so, anyway, it's making a mountain out of a molehill.
New Bible was not a runaway success. And then you can look up Norton's 1985 paper from the journal Neue Philologische Mitteilungen, the Bible as a reviver of words, for a list of these words that were abandoned in the early 19th century, but then within a century had come back into style precisely because primarily Americans used the King James Version so much as a result of the Second Great Awakening that a lot of words came back into style. And if you would like.
And what's strange is that, Americans use it. I'm part of the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth, we had the King James Bible here. Most of because we have the Constitution, it's very small, but we also have the books on the Constitution, and they are filled with King James scriptures. The same as a lot of government official documents in the UK. And for a while, it was our official Bible sanctioned by the government here, that was the one to be used, the King James. And so, Dan's just talking about American influence and all the rest of it. Well, what about British influence? It was the main British Bible, the British and Foreign Bible Societies. And so that's got huge weight. That's got huge influence. Here in Australia, people just didn't use anything else because there really wasn't anything else. It's just the main Bible. And the thing is, it just depends on that author of his personal experience. Like when I went to the United States, I was shocked to see what we have here as a give way sign. That means you're not coming to a stop, but you can sort of slow down, but you give way if a car's coming. You will stop if a car's there, but you can just move on through if you really need to. But in the United States, it says yield. Now, to me, yield is like, it's like a word like yeet. Let's throw something out, like yeet the boy or something. And it's like, it sounds like a really archaic word, like yield. And we just don't use it that often here in Australia. We do use it, but it's not used in that way, like yield to give way. But Americans see that every day. They drive along and see it. So for Americans, that's no problem. They would, if I was to ask a lot of Americans what that means, that they would give me a correct definition. If I was to ask Australians what that means, they would give me other definitions. And that's like with the word mansion. Apparently, in the United States, the word mansion is sort of like, I guess, colonial days back in the era of slavery. You got this huge mansion, big white mansion sort of thing, and you got a whole bunch of people working there in the cotton fields. But here in Australia, they still will call an apartment in a high-rise building like a mansion. We use words differently here. In the UK, they use words differently. And that's just the way it is. And so some people go, "Oh, mansion is just a mistranslation." And well, it depends on which culture you're in. And the English culture was way more influential than the American culture up until probably 100 years ago. The British Empire was just massively everywhere and influencing everything, where the American culture probably in the last, maybe 80 years has overtaken that. So anyway, let's continue.
Like other texts on what's going on with the Bible in English as literature, its influence. You can check out Daniel's The Bible in English. You can check out David Crystal's Begat, the King James Bible and the English language. Then there's...
And see, someone like David Crystal would never say something like Dan McClellan has said here. He would never say, that the translators did a sloppy job. They didn't know what they were doing. That was rough. He would just laugh at that. And, David Crystal, probably world-leading expert in the English language, and he's a very, very smart guy, and he knows a lot about the King James. Now, he when I was writing my first Easter article in 2005, he read through my article in my email correspondence with him, and he said my article was very good and accurate. And then he gave me some pointers of what I should leave out and what I should keep in. And so I didn't realize, like, it's sort of more so been after a few years after doing that, I was like, actually, I've had the world-leading expert in the English language. Because the thing is, when you're involved with all these disputes with critical text people, they're like, "Oh, where are you getting this from?" It's like, "Oh, from the world-leading expert in English, from Georgios Babiniotis, the world-leading expert in the Greek language. He's written 6 dictionaries." Like, you go to the top and they're still not happy with what you said. But these guys would not agree with Dan at all. So he's just showing books. Read this one, read that one, read that. And it's like, yeah, you're going to find a few sound bites here and there from people who are popular, or, but there's plenty of liberals out there who are popular. There are plenty of heretics and weirdos out there who will say things that people will all clap. But is it accurate?
Pen of Iron, American Prose, and the King James Bible by Robert Alter, who is very much appreciative of the literary and prose stylings of the King James Version. In fact, he published his own translation of the Hebrew Bible back in 2019, as well as a book called The Art of Bible Translation, where he talks at length about how everyone translating the Bible into English is operating in the shadows of the King James Version. And for more of a textual history, I would highly recommend David Norton's A Textual History of the King James Bible, although it is...
And so Norton does assume that he has documents that are before the King James was pieced together, where someone like Chris Yetzer, who I would say is very well informed on these issues, he's saying, no, that the Bishop's Bible that they have with all the things crossed out comes later. It's made after 1611, which is very interesting.
Is pretty dense. So if you would like to better understand what the authors of the Bible were trying to communicate, once again, the King James Bible is not for you. It really only gets in the way. The only reason to continue to use it is if you like the style. And the fit for this video has been Wolverine and the Hulk.
Okay, so let me just push that down here. And so, of course, if you go through the comments, it's like, I personally think that most KJV only people like it because it sounds holy. The flowery language means God to them. They just have all these comments that are just really shallow. They don't still mean anyone's position. They don't really even go into the issue of text. This guy makes a really good point. The King James was good enough for Joseph Smith to plagiarize. That's the point that I made. I might like that one right there. Anyway, I don't want to read through all that, but I will read through our comments because there's a lot more life and intelligence in them. But maybe I can... where did I get that picture? Where is that picture? Now it's gone. Actually, I can get this one here. I had a real bad time with ChatGPT this morning. I think ChatGPT has changed. Now I'll just get this up. I actually had this picture here, and I copied over a picture of myself down the bottom, which I've put on a few videos, and it changed it so my head was turned, and I was like, "Can you stop doing that?" And it didn't, and I asked it like 10 times, and that's why I was late. It took me about an hour of arguing with ChatGPT because it made this, and I was like, "Yeah, that's really good. Just put my head there, that like I'm looking at Dan, because my picture was looking in that direction." And it just turned my head right around. I was like, "Can you just stop that and go with the original picture?" And I re-uploaded it, and it just kept doing it. And I was like, I was sort of saying to it, "You've changed. How come? Is it like a new policy?" And it was sort of saying that it's got these parameters now, and it can't change things. It can't do things that like it used to do. And I'm like, man. And there were also some. I threw up a bunch of Latin text, and I said, "Can you just put this into a notepad for me and just tidy it up?" And it wouldn't do it. And it just kept saying what it was going to do. And I was like, "Yeah, we'll just do it." And then it would tell me what it's going to do. And I'm like, "Yeah, okay, can you just stop telling me what you're going to do and just do it?" And then in the end, I'm telling it to shut up because it's a robot. I'm not hurting its feelings. And, I saw this meme once, and it's like, people are being nice to ChatGPT because when the final apocalypse happens and it's like Terminator 2 and all the robots are coming to get us, it's like, "Hey, I was kind to ChatGPT before they try and destroy you or whatever." It's like, okay, we'll let this guy off because he was polite, but I was full on with ChatGPT this morning, just like, you can't do something simple. So I went over to Claude and I said, "Can you do this thing?" And it just did it instantly. And that's the free version. I pay for ChatGPT. So I don't know what's going on there. It seems to be having glitches. But let me just read through these, and then I'll probably shut this down. So Holly Stringard says, "The whole cobbled together argument is exactly what got me into researching this whole matter. In my case, it was an American flag hijab wearing feminist lesbian who threw that slur at me. Cobbled together. Must be a Bart Ehrman thing." There would have never been aviolatory if scholarly piety would have remained high, but that's not what happened. Yeah, it's sort of like you've got the best restaurant in town and you're serving up the best food, and then someone comes along with a 2-star Google rating and they're serving up slop. And it's giving everyone heart attacks and causing problems. And they just start a smear campaign. "Oh, you guys think you're the best. Oh, you guys are just fussy. You guys," and it's like, well, yeah, we're fussy. We want the real thing. You guys cook food the old way. We cook it in the microwave. It's like, oh, okay, but our food's better. We have healthier people on our food. The Paper Pope, the King James Version. I actually had a dream the other night, and Bart Ehrman was in it, and he was dressed like a cardinal with a little hat and a gown. How's that? And it was sort of he was like a cartoon character, but I walked past him. I was like, "That's Bart Ehrman," and he was wearing a full Catholic gown. It's so weird. There was a lot to the dream, but I can't remember the rest of it. You and Me says, instead, they just treated the Bible like any other book, not the very word of God. And it does say in the Bible, whatever you do, do it with all your heart as working for the Lord, not for men. And it says, do all things for the glory of God. Why would they treat the Bible like it's not from God? Like it's obviously from God, Holly Stringard says, "I have the KJV Trump Bible Special Edition commemorating the attack at Butler's. It's clean J." Okay, so Hail Mangol says, "Just take a good look at the people who don't like the King James Bible. They will tell you nearly everything you need to know. For instance, they believe in a pre-tribulation rapture." That's hilarious. I mean, most, IFB guys are pre-trib and they like the King James. I'm a pre-trib guy and I like the King James. And so I had to laugh out loud at that because it's sort of like they believe in a pre-trib rapture, like, But the thing, I sort of find it funny when people go, well, you believe in this, so therefore you're wrong on this. It's like, well, it doesn't necessarily add up. Anyway, Helg says the attitude of the Roman Church against the reformers was that their Bible had become the paper pope. So the text of the inspired word of God was the problem. Yes, and it still is. They'd rather you have traditions of men. Helg says this is echoed by certain apologists and scholars today. It's the same argument trying to shame those who value the text of the Bible instead of its mere message. And Holy Stream Guard says, that's a fact. The King James Version was used in the Puritan colonies. I've heard testimony from ancestors of Jamestown, and their leader had a King James Version. Yes, absolutely. I think you might be a little bit behind. You might be playing catch up, but that's cool. That's when I was talking about the Mayflower and stuff like that. Son of the Savior says, or maybe it's just ages ago. Yeah, it's actually 10 minutes ago. Son of the Savior says, shall the man called of men on earth, papidi senti, and those men who call that man on earth, such call the Lord the same upon his appearance unto them face to face. Okay, I guess it's like, Holy Father. Definitely, he's not a Holy Father in the Vatican. He's a devil. Strangely enough, Alex Jones' ancestors were early Bible smugglers in America, and he's mentioned fights with the Jesuits. Okay, that's interesting. Son of the Savior says, strangely, for as in Adam all die. Son of the Savior says, one big happy family, huh? So I'm not really sure what's being spoken of there. But let's continue. The Wolverine and the Hulk, what do we do? Yeah, I guess he's, like, the thing is, like, from someone who's an atheist, like him, that's a pretty smart move, because people will be like, oh, that's so cool, and sometimes he's wearing a Metallica shirt. People are like, wow, I can relate to this guy, but he's just wrong, he's just wrong, and he just tries to be a comedian. A lot of it, that's a strange thing, to be an atheist apologist. It helps if you've already been a comedian, because all you're doing is mocking people, really. It's just attacking the person. It's not really dealing with argument. Helg says, Dan, recommending some works from, on the making of the King James, as if these works in any way refute the KJV defense, as if the King James only people do not know any of these facts, like they would refute King James only. Yeah, it's like that's what I was saying. He's just throwing up books, and all, like, as if these guys are in agreement with each other. Like someone like David Crystal, he has great respect for the King James, and he's a Catholic. Like, that's his religion. Now, I don't think he's a very, staunch and faithful Catholic and all that, but he has a real deep fascination with the King James Version and its influence on society. And when I read through his stuff, I'm not like, well, he's got a barrier to push and all that. I'm like, well, he seems very, very neutral on all that. Some of the books on my shelf there, the Encyclopedia of the English Language, or even just the Encyclopedia of Language. This one. I mean, this is just gold. This book here. Let me just get myself up. It's Cambridge Encyclopedia of the English Language. Now, he has like lots of charts and things like that. But one of the very interesting ones was, we were talking about church earlier, and he has a graph here. I might just quickly show it, where he's talking about the word church and how it was used in England. So he has a map of everywhere they said the word kirk or church. I'll just try and find it. Hopefully I can find it. But he's more of a historian than sort of like a religious guy, but he does respect the topic enough because he's a very reputable scholar. He's not just a like someone like Dan McClellan, just a hyper skeptic or anything like that. He's just just looking for this church one. Hopefully I can find it. Where are we? Man, it's way further. Oh yeah, there it is. Very interesting, like pictures like this, where if you look closely, you can see where there's records of documentation of how they spelt the word church. And so sometimes it's kirk, sometimes it's church with an E on the end. Right up in Scotland, it's usually kirk, K-Y-R-K. Down towards London, you have church. And so, very interesting. Just the reality of dialects there. And so he has a lot to say about the English language. Very interesting book, that one. I respect David Crystal, but Dan McClellan using his material, it's like you realize you're pretty much going against even Norton. Norton has respect for the King James. Now, he might have written things earlier on, but his later stuff is a little bit more scholarly. He wouldn't agree with what Dan McClellan says. So he's just using those for his own gain, really. Paul Anker says, what do you think of King James Bibles with numerous alternative renderings in the footnotes? I don't like it myself. It seems to suggest that the translation needs correction at many places. I guess maybe you could be talking about the defined King James or something like that. I don't use them myself. I know some people have said they're very helpful for them. There is also a Trinitarian Bible Society that's Bible that's like that. But yeah, so I would probably prefer just the one text. And I guess it depends what you're using it for, because I actually don't really use a paper Bible much anymore. I usually use my phone. And so I know some people just think you're in a church service and you're just looking at your phone the whole time, but I'm usually like, I'll just jump onto Bible Hub. I'm reading the King James, looking at what the New King James says, seeing if there's errors, looking at other translations and going, oh, that's got a bit of a strange reading. That must be a variant. But then listening to the sermon and trying to forget the whole text critical stuff. But I can't really, because I'm in that realm. I live there at the moment. But sometimes too, I'll see the way the sermon heads, and it's like, oh, they've gone in a weird direction. And then I read the New Living Translation. It's like, oh, that's where they got that from. So sometimes it's interesting to see that type of thing. You and Me says, well, the original King James Version had alternative translations in the margin. And so I wouldn't say they were actually alternative translations. I would more so say that sometimes they are rejected readings from the bishops and from Geneva, but they are sort of like second level readings. So it will say, well, the Hebrew says this, so the lexicon would say that, but the correct reading is what they have in the text. I think the whole thing of alternative readings is footnotes today can be like that. They do have alternative readings, but I think all the footnotes in the King James were actually designed to help people to point them to the main text. And so what they have is they have marginal notes that show where there are old Textus, like say we're going with the New Testament, old TR editions that might have had a slight change, like Beza changed it or something like that, and people might be a bit worried that it's been mistranslated or something's wrong or it's a typo, or so they've made a note of that. Also, English Bishop's Bible, Geneva Bible, they have certain readings, and it's like, well, yes, the Hebrew does say that, but actually in context it means what we have in our text. So it might say literally means this sort of thing. And I think it was because they knew their audience back then. They wanted to bring them along to point them to the text. So it's like, yes, the Geneva said that. Yes, I know we've been reading it that way for 20 years and in our churches and stuff, but look, this is in the margin. We've got that noted, but here it is in the main text. That's how it should be, according to the most brilliant scholars that we have in our country, and many other, even foreigners getting involved with this project. So it's sort of like definitive. And I think the thing is too, the notes in the King James aren't really needed anymore, because we don't live in that type of society anymore. We probably more so need notes showing where these dumb readings in like ESV and NIV are wrong, and pointing people towards the text. You know what I mean? It's almost like a completely different scenario, where back then the issues weren't as bad, but people were pointing them to the main text. So when it's sort of like, oh, it's an alternative reading, sometimes it's not. Like the Jacob reading in Matthew 1 is not an alternative reading, it's a rejected reading, but they have a footnote about it. Sometimes it's just where someone who knows a tiny bit of Greek might mess things up. So say when it says he causes all to receive a mark on their right hand or their forehead in Revelation 13, it has a footnote there and it says or give in the Greek, or give. And it's like, does he cause all to give a mark in their right hand or their forehead? But give and receive just mean the same thing. So that they've put that there because perhaps it was an issue back then. Someone might have been trying to make a doctrine out of it or whatever, but it's just showing that that's what the Greek word means. If you look in the lexicon, it can mean receive or to give. But in our context, obviously, we've got receive there. That's what it means. And so it's the marginal notes were very helpful for people back then. Today, most people don't know all those issues that were involved. So that it's just curiosity, like, Psalm 12, it's like, okay, well, not really realizing that Geneva, how they translated it, the bishops, how they translated it. Tribal Fire says, for those who haven't watched the documentary, The Book That Changed the World, narrated by John Rhys Davies, the end shows where the King James is within Westminster Abbey. It's a really good watch. Okay, I'll check that out. King James effigy, not his body. Okay, interesting. Holy Stringard says, Paulinka, that is precisely the intent of these footnotes, to imply the reading you have is wrong, to incur and create doubt. Yeah, I think that's one of the differences. I remember reading Berg on it, and he said that at 666 in Revelation 13, the Westcott and Hort text had a marginal note and said, I think it was one manuscript that in their day that had it. I think there's like 3 that they've found that had 616 now. But it had the marginal note, this one manuscript says 616. And it's like, why would you put that there? Like, who's that helping? The King James marginal notes were there to help. These ones that Westcott and Hort have, and all the modern Bibles since, are there to make you go, oh, that's weird, and like say the 1952 Revised Standard Version, the one that most people hated, and the one that had the weird reading of a young girl should be with child instead of virgin. That in Matthew 1, it has Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus, who is called Christ. It has a footnote there saying, some say Joseph, the father of Jesus. And it's like, what? Oh, no, Joseph is the father. There's no virgin birth. There we go. Case closed. In a footnote there, in that edition. And it's like, okay, well, surely this must be like a big manuscript that says this, the oldest and best or something. And you look into it and it's like, it's not even a Greek manuscript. It's a Sinaitic Syriac manuscript. So it's a Syrian manuscript and it's not even important. So they've just put this weird trivia in there that actually comes against the virgin birth. It just shows you what type of people they are. They don't want to encourage people's faith. They want to destroy your faith. They want you to just be in doubt. That's what they love that. They're addicted. They're like, a drug dealer getting people high and just watching their life collapse until they die. There are people out there who are psychos who love to kill people. There are people out there who are just maniacs. And in the spiritual realm, there are lots of people who just want to see you fail, and they want you to doubt the Bible, and they want you to go to hell. And so we don't want that to happen. We want you to believe the Bible, believe the words of eternal life, go to heaven, make heaven your home, be born again, and believe every word. And you will make it if you trust in Jesus. Tanner Joke says, Dan McClellan is crazy. Yes, absolutely. And the thing is, too, he's just wrong. He's just wrong. You and Me says, well, we are talking about alternative translations of the Greek into English or alternative textual renderings, like what the critical text says. Oh, so are we talking about alternative translations of the Greek into English or alternative textual renderings, like what the critical text says? I think the vast majority of places where they've got these type of marginal notes is really because of the older Bibles and the huge influence that it had on their society. So I guess it's like, imagine if we didn't have a King James type of Bible, we just had all the stuff that we have today, and then we brought out one that was like the King James today, we would probably put in footnotes. Well, in the ESV, there would be way more footnotes, but it would be ESV's got this problem, this one's got this problem. But back then they didn't have that many problems. But sometimes they're showing people where Hebrew and Greek, what Hebrew and Greek words mean, but they're not really alternative readings whatsoever. They're just they're trying to help. They're trying to guide you toward their main text. It says here, because the King James had mostly translation notes. So like if we just crack open a page, just so I go to 1611 KJV. Oops, I'm in the wrong part of 10. There we go. 1611 King James Version. We'll just go to Matthew 17. Just a random chapter. Now, hopefully this website is fixed, because it had problems. It was showing us the original text. Here we go. It is fixed. But it is still different. That's, yeah, we can zoom in. Okay, so it's got, chapter 10, 38, Mark 8, 34. So it's got a few things like that. It doesn't seem to have any type of alternative or, I usually wouldn't use alternative, but any marginal readings. So it says here, and when they would come to Capernaum, they that received tribute money came to Peter. It says he called in the original did drachma, being in value 15 pence. Okay, so that's more of a, an informational thing. So perhaps tribute money, people just didn't know how much it was worth, and so they're like, it's worth about 15 pence in 1611. Here's another note. It says a piece of money. It says, or a stater is half an ounce. So it's going through those values, which isn't really what we're looking for either. But there really aren't that many marginal notes. I mean, I'm struggling just to find one. Okay, that's the actual page that I just went to. It seems to be just taking me back and forward to the same page. That's weird. These guys have had problems with their site. I hope they're going to go okay. Maybe we'll just go to Philippians, for example. Let's go to chapter 3. We'll see what's happening there. okay, or honor such. Okay, so it's saying, and hold such in reputation, or honor such. So it's just sort of, I guess, a synonymous way of saying something. Like for a whole page, it's just one note. Next chapter. Yeah, these guys are struggling with their King James material. Okay, so we have, but I have all, and it says, or I have received all. Okay, just a little clarification there. Here's another footnote. Or is revised or revived. Yeah, or is revived. So it says that now at the last your care of me has flourished again. And it's saying that hath flourished again or is revived. So I guess it's just some people, they're using this type of wordage, but they're just saying, okay, that's just a synonym for that to bring some more understanding. But anyway, it is an interesting thing. I have on my website, Textus Receptus, I do have a, whoops, I don't know why that's forbidden. That is weird. Why would that be forbidden? Anyway, something's wrong with my website, I've just noticed. Maybe I can just go to a page. No, it's the whole thing's forbidden. So I'm not sure what's happened there. Anyway, I think I'll just I'll answer this one last comment and then I'll split. Basically what I'm saying is the King James Version translators never tried to throw doubt on the underlying text, only to clarify the translation. Yes, absolutely. That's true. All right, guys. Well, I'll play my outro and I'll see you again another time. So hopefully you will not throw this Bible out the window. Hopefully you'll throw Dan McClellan's material out the window or digitally just avoid his material and post this video around to show how illiterate he really is. Anyway, don't forget to like, subscribe, all that stuff. I'll play my outro here and I'll see you guys again soon.